Hi everyone, welcome to the 2023 TAAFI Job Fair. My name is Jonathan and I will be your MC for this live stream today. But thank you for tuning in and I hope you guys have a really good time seeing all the cool studios talk about what's going on there and everything else that we got planned today. I'd like to give a big thanks to Pipeline Studios for sponsoring this live stream. We appreciate you guys. We couldn't do this without you. And I would also like to acknowledge the land that we stand on here today. We would like to acknowledge the diversity of the First Peoples of this area and honor the stewardship of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Iroquois, Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat. Today, Toronto is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island and around the world, and we're so grateful to have the opportunity to work and to live and to meet on this territory. So first up, we have our opening address that will be given by Krista Dickinson, who is the Executive Director and CEO of Telefilm Canada. So that'll be super awesome. And then right after that, we got a little chat from Mayor John Tory. How cool will that be? I'm fired up. So once again, thank you guys for joining me today. And I will see you intermittently. So until then, peace out.
To the students graduating this year, congratulations. You're embarking on a creative and fulfilling career in a city where the animation industry is second to none, absolutely second to none, and it's very much seen that way right around the world. Even through these tough times and unprecedented challenges, this part remains unchanged, the excellence of our industry here and the way it's seen that way right around the world. For those transitioning into the next chapter of their careers, I wish you all the success in the world in your new pursuits. You are joining an industry that is most respected everywhere. We've had the great privilege here of leading and producing feature films and television shows right here in our city year after year after year for a long, long time. And the world recognizes your talent, our talent. I'm sure you've all heard the news that Netflix has chosen Toronto as their new home for their Canadian head offices. That was overwhelmingly credited to the quality and diversity of Toronto's unmatched talent pool, and that includes you. It's because of all of you, your talents today and your promise for tomorrow. While I know the job fair will look different and be different this year since it's being held virtually because of the pandemic, I hope that you will find it every bit as valuable and fruitful. Thank you, sincerely, for all the sacrifices you've made this past year in the best interest of public health. And with the hope brought by the vaccines, I'm confident we'll be reunited very soon, able to resume in-person job fairs. I wish you all well and best of luck at the job fair. And thank you for everything you're doing to make this a city that when it comes to animation and film and TV production, we are the envy of the world and we're going to stay just that.
Wow, that was so sick. Next up, Pipeline Studios.
Hello, my name is Mandy and I work at Pipeline.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay. I also work at Pipeline.
Oh, you might be muted.
I can't hear you, Grayden.
There you
Hi
go.
guys, welcome to the TAAFI live stream. Sorry, I'm running all the different dials here.
It's
So
also Monday morning, so don't worry about it.
Oh my goodness, is it ever? So we have a studio reel. We can play it anytime when you guys are ready. Just let me know and I will run it. And in the meantime, take it away and let everybody know what your studio does and what roles you're looking to fill. And I'll catch you on the flip side.
Absolutely. Thank you, Grayden.
You bet.
So again, my name is Lindsay. I'm the HR and studio coordinator here at Pipeline Studios. I've been with the company a little over 3.5 years now, mostly working in the HR department, but also providing general support to the studio wherever is needed. And most recently, I've become a member of the recruitment team. So a little bit of background information on the studio. We have been around since 2007. We're actually celebrating our 15-year anniversary this year, which is very exciting. We have worked on a variety of projects in the 2D and 3D space, as well as hybrid animation and stop motion animation. We are located in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, which is just outside of Toronto. And we also have 2 amazing studios in South America. We have one in Colombia and one in Santiago, Chile. Right now, we're actually working on 2 CG feature projects. One is a feature film and one is a series. And both are absolutely iconic Nickelodeon brands. Like, these are the projects that you definitely want to be a part of. And we're also working on a 2D series for PBS Kids, which was recently announced. It's called Work It Out Wombats. And additionally, we are also ramping up on another 2 2D series. So needless to say, we have a lot of opportunities over the next several months. And I will pass it over to Mandy to, I guess, introduce your role and tell us what roles we're looking to fill.
For sure. All right. So I'm Mandy, as I mentioned. I'm one of the producers at Pipeline, and I work on Work It Out Wombats, the PBS series that Lindsay just mentioned. So we're looking for a variety of roles at Pipeline, and I'll just read them out so everyone's aware. For CG, we're looking for modelers, surface artists, CG animators, VFX artists, riggers, and previs artists. For 2D, we are looking for storyboard artists and revisionists as well. A design supervisor, layout supervisors, art director, designers, and layout artists. Lots going on.
And that list is only growing.
Oh, yes.
So to stay updated on the positions that we're looking for, make sure to follow our LinkedIn page as well as our Instagram page. On our Instagram, we actually have all of our postings listed in the highlights section called We're Hiring. So if you click on that, it'll just list all of the positions that we're currently looking for. And to apply, please do send your resume and portfolio to careers@pipelinestudios.com. I guess we can talk, if you want to talk a little bit about the studio culture. What has your experience been like so far?
Yeah, so I started in September. So, I mean, it's I guess, a little bit more than 6 months and less than a year. So Pipeline is a very family-oriented company. And what I found is the management and everyone around you really cares about you and your life and what's going on. And that's really important in this virtual remote world.
Yes.
So I feel like that is a really important thing I should highlight, is that the crew is just so caring about each other and really wonderful. And we're creating top-notch content, which is really awesome. I mean, I guess that's really my experience. I felt very cared for here and appreciated, and I really love working here.
I feel the same. And I mean, I'm by no means am I an artist. I work in the HR department, but I have pretty much the same experience. Everyone that you work with here genuinely wants to see you do better and grow in your career. And it's not just from the top down. It's like your peers also want to do everything that they can to help you. So it's just a really nice, warm, friendly environment to work in.
Yeah. And I found it's also great because sometimes when people discover they want to do something else within the pipeline, everyone's really willing to do that and move people around and get them to where they want to be, which is really awesome.
Yeah. We have had people who have been with us upwards of like 13 to 14 years, and they have stayed with us so long because they just don't run out of opportunities that we've been able to provide for them. So, and they're still enjoying it, which is great. Like 13 to 14 years is crazy, especially these days.
Oh, yeah.
So it's nice to experience that loyalty.
Yep. Agree.
And I guess we can just briefly talk about like what we look for in candidates. I know this industry is absolutely booming right now, so it may feel difficult to stand out. But I think for us, like obviously resume and portfolio is a good place to start. But we definitely want to see work that reflects your skills in the position that you're applying for. But for us, it's not just about the portfolio. It's also about like being a team player, how well you can work with others, kind of wanting to learn and grow, having a passion for the art, and kind of having, I guess, that go-getter attitude. That's very important for us as well.
Definitely.
Do you have anything specific that you look for when you're reviewing resumes, Mandy?
For me, I'm really looking, like you mentioned, I'm looking for people that are passionate, because that's really what drives, I think, our teams. And I think that's really what sets Pipeline apart, is we're driven and, happy crew members.
Exactly.
So I'm always looking for someone who has a smile on their face and, ready to grow and learn and work hard and excited to be in the industry. That's my number one, really.
Exactly.
Aside from the art.
Yes. And just, I guess, if you don't have any production work to put in your portfolio, I know some people are just making the leap to the animation industry or they're coming right out of school. We just recommend just adding your own personal work in there, spending the time to get that kind of work in there so that we do have something to look at. And that also, at the same time, shows how passionate you are that you're willing to put in the time to add that to your portfolio.
100%. Yeah.
So we have a question. Are you looking for any UX/UI designers? We are not actually right now looking for that, but we do have that department, planning to grow that department in the upcoming months. So make sure that you're applying just so that we have your foot in the door, and every application that we get goes into a database, and that database is the first place that we look when we're looking for talent. So it never hurts to apply early. I think that's all. I don't know if Grayden's going to pop back up or there he is.
I'm here.
Awesome.
Anytime. Yeah. So we're just looking at the questions. I think everyone is having the Mondays right now, and they're all just kind of like getting sorted on Discord and trying to figure it all out.
Yeah.
So,
no problem.
We had that one question. Do you guys want to play a reel?
Sure. You said you were going to play that on your end, right?
Yes. So I can make that. I can make that happen.
Awesome.
So I will just add that in right now. Oh man, it's so exciting to be at another job fair.
I know. Hopefully this is the last virtual one.
I know. All right, we got this ready to roll. We're going to pull that back. Maybe you guys could talk about this one. The audio is not coming through on this feed right here.
Should we just sing?
Yeah, totally.
Sing the song? No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna prep that over. I can let it roll as you guys are looking at it there.
Yeah,
this is the great thing about the live is we can fix everything as we go. So what's happening is I'm thinking the audio source on that source reel is just causing issues online.
No problem.
What are some of these shows that are in the reel?
Well, it's moving very quickly.
There's Sunny Day, I see.
Sunny Day, yeah.
Backyardigans.
Backyardigans was such a great project. I mean, I watched that when I was younger, so it's crazy to be working for the company that also helped produce it.
We do have a couple questions on the side there.
All right, go for them. Jump in.
Okay. Where can I find the programs pipelines are used by your company? It is different for every project. So if you want to just send us an email to our careers@pipelinestudios.com email, send in your application, and you can also ask your questions there, and then we can tell you based on the position and the production.
Yeah, we're working on a lot of things. So
yep.
A lot of different mediums.
Another question, are positions open to candidates in the US? Absolutely. I think the beauty of the pandemic, if we're going to find the positive in it, is that positions really opened up to anywhere in the world. So we are happy to accept applications from anywhere, really.
We got another one.
So is somebody transitioning from a film production background to the animation industry? What are the best resources to meet fellow animators, grow a network beyond school? I think a good resource is just, I know it sounds silly, but it's a lot of who you know. So LinkedIn is a really good resource to be making sure your profile is up to date, messaging people on there and creating connections through LinkedIn. And then as you know, it depends kind of what you'd like to get into. If you have a film production background and you want to get into more, producing kind of, that's a really common stream. That's why I'm mentioning it. That's a very, that's that's a lot of transferable skills.
Mhm.
So that's really, they go hand in hand. But yeah, I can't really think of, besides LinkedIn and maybe like, I don't know if there's Facebook groups that exist.
I was gonna say maybe Facebook groups. That's the beauty of social media is I think every platform you can find people who are like-minded and going through the same experience.
Yep.
I would recommend the TAAFI Facebook page.
Nice. There you
There
go.
you go.
You've
Nice
got
plug.
thousands of animation people on there. They're all looking to connect.
Okay, we have a question that says, how do you guys handle artist burnout and keeping a strong mental wellness for employees during the pandemic / work from home environments? That's a great question. We provide a lot of health and wellness throughout the year. We do have on the side, we also have an amazing health and wellness benefits package that we offer to all of our employees. But we also have, we call it our wellness pond, where we send out free wellness information every single week on a variety of wellness topics. And it's not just like physical health and nutrition, it's also like financial health and budgeting and environmental health. How can we help sustain our earth, things like that. And then we have wellness fairs where we bring in professionals to do talks and hold activities on different areas of mental health. We also have what's called our social hub, which essentially is like a happy hour, but it's getting together during work hours with everyone, playing games, talking about random things, just kind of building those relationships and staying connected while we are not physically together.
It's funny how connected you can feel even though we're all working at home.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that we've done such a good job, I think, at maintaining that culture and that connection. I think that was our greatest challenge in the beginning, but everyone put the effort there, and now it's pretty much smooth sailing now.
Yep, for sure.
All right, we've got another question about the music industry. It says, how are you related to the music industry or find music for the shows?
I can speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have composers that we work with. What happens on each show is we see what those needs are, and we release kind of a package to get some pitches in for music. And that package will say, what kind of style we're looking for, the tone, all the details, and then we review those, and we end up choosing composers going forward. And then they are composers for the series, and they will do the theme song usually and the score throughout the whole season. So it's a pitching process, I guess, as you'd say.
Yeah. So what advice do you have for students that are entering the industry?
That's a great question. I can repeat just what I said earlier about making sure you have enough work in your portfolio for the positions that you're applying for, so that we do have something to look at, which most of the time can include personal work if you don't have any production experience yet. But also just reach out to every studio. Just kind of start making those connections, like Mandy said, on LinkedIn. Start reaching out to us personally on LinkedIn, sending us messages, seeing what opportunities that we have. You really just want to get your name and your work out there, and continue to check in. So if you don't hear back from a studio within like the first couple months and you see another opportunity come up, just send another email.
Yeah.
just don't stop trying, because one day you will get that opportunity.
Right. And if you're just graduating and you haven't had enough industry experience, what do you recommend having in your resume?
In your resume? I mean, volunteer experience is always great to see. I know I personally love seeing when people volunteer for TAAFI on their resume. I think that just shows their commitment and their passion. But also, just if you're taking like certification courses on different programs like Harmony or Maya, that's important to include as well. And I think there's some great resources for those programs online. So that will also show that you're trying to improve your skills without having that experience.
Yeah, and just making sure you have personal projects in your portfolio to go hand in hand with that.
Totally. All right. Well, I think I've got the studio reel queued up, so we'll use that to play out. We have the next studio in the wings, in the green room. You guys have been fantastic. We've had amazing questions. And I guess to wrap up, we have one more. We'll do this question, then we'll say bye, and we'll play the reel.
Awesome.
And the question is, hey, I'm a recent graduate in animation. I'm a 3D modeler. I am facing a lot of difficulty finding jobs. I'm passionate and really just want a chance to find my first step. I can also join as an intern for the beginning.
I guess, I mean, like I said earlier, just keep checking in, keep reaching out to different studios. Like I said, we're working in a time right now where you can apply to studios all over the world. So don't just limit it to, where you're from. There's actually studios all over the world that you could potentially work for and that are looking for remote workers. Just don't give up. Keep messaging people. Try to continue building your network. I guarantee that there will be that opportunity that you get at some point, and that passion and dedication will pay off for you.
For sure.
Absolutely.
And yes, we're open to U.S. candidates.
Yes.
That's another question, just like sneaking in there under the wire.
Yep.
All right, Pipeline. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for sponsoring this live stream, as well as the job fair and the industry conference and the film festival. You guys are incredible. Have an amazing job fair. I hope you get a lot of candidates, and I'll catch you on the flip side.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care.
Thank you for having us. See you later, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Pipeline, for that awesome talk. Next up, we have Sphere Animation. Thank you.
All right. So for Sphere Animation, I would like to welcome to the show. How you guys doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. So we're looking at talking about what your studio does, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the roles that you're looking to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. As people may know or may not know, we are located in Montreal, but we've worked with people and artists in the more general sense based out of the entire country. We are a studio that's specialized in 2D animation. All of our projects have been done in Toon Boom Harmony. So those would be mostly the profiles that we would be looking for our productions. But yeah, people may have known us before as the name of Oasis Animation. We've transitioned and now we're known as Sphere Animation, which is part of a bigger group that does a lot of production, distribution for a more general content in TV and movies.
Right. And as Sphere Animation, what are you looking to do in terms of filling roles for animators?
Right. So guys, we've got the green lights for 2 of our IPs this year. So we will be looking for artists through the entire pipeline to join us. So we're talking storyboard cleanup, storyboard supervisor. We have position for animators, designers, riggers, you name it, throughout the entire pipeline. So all of those positions are open for Ontario-based candidate. And for other productions that coming up, we don't have a confirmation on the calendar at the moment, but we'll be able to work out with people out of Canada as well.
Very good. And if you were an animator and you were looking to talk to you guys about getting a job, who would you talk to and what would you be asking in terms of what you're looking for?
Yes, well, your first contact can be with me. I don't know if I've presented myself. I'm so sorry. I was right into it. But my name is Laura, as I'm the Talent Acquisition Advisor at Sphere Animation. So basically, if you are looking for a position, if you're applying, if you're making like a spontaneous application as well, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can apply on our website as well. You will have a communication with me. The rest of the process is usually I will forward your reel as well to our supervisors, see if that can fit with one of the productions that we have at the moment. And from that point on, we'll organize a quick test to see how it goes. And then we'll move on to having you joining us, the company as well.
Very good. And we've got lots of viewers. So everyone that's watching, what questions do you have for Laura and Sphere Animation, previously Oasis?
Yes.
Let us know.
Let me know, guys.
We could jump in with one of the previous questions. And it is, how many times should you check up with an industry, either after an interview or applying, and you haven't got your answer yet?
I'll say about a week or so. You can reach out to me, send me a follow-up. I mean, we are all humans, and it can happen that sometimes I don't see your message, and I'm so sorry about that. I'll try my best to answer you in a reasonable time. But if you don't have a word from me, just send me a quick follow-up. Where are we at about my application? Do you have news about that? And sometimes, I'll say about a week, just to send a quick reach out if nothing has happened at the moment.
Very good. We have another question in here. What positions would be entry level at Sphere Animation?
We're looking for throughout the entire pipeline. So entry level positions are open for designers, animators, riggers as well, FX animators. So really for the entire pipeline, we're looking from entry level position to supervision position.
Very good. Next question. Hey, Laura, are you looking for any UX or UI designers at Sphere Animation?
Not at the moment. That would be probably something to look out in the future. We're talking probably 2023, but at the moment for our current production, that's not the case.
Okay, next one. Are there internship positions available?
We're starting actually a program. We've been, as you know, guys, Sphere Animation, the studio is located in Montreal, but we are looking to expand our presence in the entire province as well. So to that extent, we have opened a studio, and a office for our people at Sphere to be able to connect with you in Ottawa. So with that in mind, we're looking and we are implementing a system for having interns as well. So that's probably going to be available as of next year.
Right on. All right. What are some common red flags, mistakes that make you pass on a potential candidate, especially in recent grads?
It's not necessarily red flags. I think it's mostly a question of you having strong basis to be able to work with us. We know that you are fresh out of school, so that's not an issue. It's mostly to see that if you have a strong, proper base to be able to work with us, we'll go with that.
Very good. And what is a piece of advice that you wish you had earlier in your career or when you were just starting out?
That's a really good question. I'll probably go with don't give up and keep on pushing, because in my case, I did not have a career in animation to begin with. I was mostly in human resources, dealing with other fields for more a corporate industry. I didn't realize back then that there was a possibility for me to join two things that I liked, which is talking to people and having that animation and talk about animation all day long. So I'll say, it can take a bit of time, but keep on pushing. Perseverance is a good thing as well. And connect with people, ask for advice, check out different studios, check out with people that you can ask, have your portfolio review, just out of curiosity, check out what others start out there and keep on practicing and keep on pushing. Everything is possible, guys.
Great answer. All right, next one. How should my portfolio look if I consider myself as a generalist?
as a generalist, probably have a bit of everything, a bit sequence in your demo reel as well, because if you are interested in a lot of departments through the pipeline, I'll be able to check that out with our supervisors as well. What I like to do at the same time is when we have an application, I read your cover letters as well. If you mention that you have that interest for different departments, I'll be able to check out with our supervisors from those departments and see what we can. If we have an opening, then we have a start. Then, if you start with us and you are able to work with us, what will happen is if we know that you are interested in other departments as well, we'll be able to move you internally after production to check if that is possible. If we have an opening, let's say you started as an animator, but you discover that you have like kind of an interest and curiosity for rig, then we test and see if that is possible to have at least a bit of the basis to move on the next production. And then we'll keep the ball rolling for other departments as well.
Fantastic. Next question. Should it be okay if my 2D animation reel has more traditional hand-drawn animation than rigged puppet animation?
I'll say a good combination of both will be nice because as our head of production like to mention, we like people who love to draw and who can draw. So that's part of an important skill as well. But it's true that if you know also puppet animation, that's a big skills for us as our animation is done in harmony. That's kind of important to know that as well.
Absolutely. Well, are there any final words you'd like to share with everybody?
Ooh, it was too short.
I know it's fast.
I'll say connect with us. We're on the TAAFI booth today on Discord. So we have our producers, supervisors, our directors will be able to chat with you and me included. If you have more questions, just come and check out, say hi. And if you have more questions or if you want to connect, I'm on LinkedIn. Check out our social medias as well. We're on LinkedIn and Instagram. We post regularly as well. So yeah, I'll say keep the ball and connect with me.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a lovely, thank you for having us. It was great to chat with you guys and talk to you in our virtual booth.
Perfect. All right. Catch you on the flip side. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was just fantastic. Now we're going to play our little outro and intro video. So here you go. Here's Jonathan.
That was very informative, Sphere. Thank you. Next up, Yowza Animation.
I love those little pieces. All right. We have Sally Walker from Yowza. What up?
Hi.
Welcome to the house.
Hi. I have my MMP shirt on today. This is the shirt for Middlemost Post.
Love it.
That we've worked on with Nickelodeon.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. A gorgeous show.
Yeah. It just played at the TAAFI festival.
Yeah. Film festival, which if you didn't see, you should have, and you should come back next year and check it out.
Yeah, but I am here for Yowza, not to advertise TAAFI. Love TAAFI though. Thank you for having me.
We're so glad you could join us, and we have a great crew of people working behind the scenes at Job Fair, including your team, which is in a Discord booth. Sorry, I'm just getting some audio feedback in my ears right now. I'm going to do a little thing where I'm going to see if I can solve this problem, but in these kind of little breaks here, because we have you on a little bit earlier, so I figure we'll troubleshoot this and then we'll roll into. So I'm gonna shut down the part that's causing the audio. And Sally, if it does shut down, jump right back in and we'll be back with everybody. And the same for the viewers. If you're watching this as I do this, should be fine, but just in case, you never know, we're live, so everything's a wild ride. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
I did it.
Yay!
Oh, man. I'm glad you had faith.
Yeah. I have a magnetic presence. It's kind of like, don't play video games with me. I tend to glitch the game out. I think it's...
I'll be taking GoldenEye back in the day?
I'll take blame for that. What?
GoldenEye on Nintendo 64? Yeah. Well, if you could glitch that one, you can win really, really easily. A lot of time.
The
anyway,
only way I can win. Yeah.
We'll get back on track here. So, as a studio, what is Yowza? What do they do? What kind of films do they make? What kind of television series do they produce?
We are very well known for our super high quality 2D, 2D harmony, some classical, some rigged, very much classically informed, rigged animation in terms of like classical animation principles. So we have a mix. We last few years we've been really busy with series, but some of us would consider something like Green Eggs and Ham, which we worked a lot on both seasons, to be much more like a feature because it was so intricate. It was all classical, and yes, occasionally, yes, there are tiny little bits of 3D assets. I shouldn't say maybe too tiny, like they're really important and useful in terms of environments and vehicles and stuff like that, but we don't really have like a 3D department per se. We've done some preschool. We're currently doing Nature Cat. MMP was sort of tween action comedy for Nickelodeon. We worked on Looney Tunes. Yay to the Looney Tunes team.
Absolutely.
Wrapping up after almost 4 years.
Wow.
So some stuff with Warner Brothers. And we have some development going on at the moment, which is really exciting.
But which you can never talk about.
No, I cannot.
Is it 2D? Is it 3D? Can you tell us that much?
It is 2D. It is 2D. That's really what we're best at. Yeah, that's what makes Yowza so cool.
That's amazing, because there's so many people that ask that. So many people that are looking for jobs. They're like, can I draw? Can I work in the 2D realm, or do I have to be in 3D? And at Yowza, you can, which is fantastic.
Yeah, you can, and you must, and you should draw for sure. Like, that is, in terms of what would we look for, we definitely look for draftsmanship and drawing. And I love to connect with schools. I love to connect with grads, and part of what I would say is really important is that we love to do is like allow artists to continue developing their skills and growing their animation skills and their art skills in the job, and not just kind of move symbols from place to place.
Right. So you're not just going there, clocking in, clocking out, and not developing your skill set. When you go to your studio, you're actually learning how to improve yourself as an artist, as an animator, and basically improve your craft.
Yeah, we get tough projects. I'm not going to say like they're really easy technically and artistically, but they're really, really beautiful projects and really impressive stuff that you want on your portfolio. And that, like Grayden was so kindly explaining, that definitely you can practice and you can keep growing and not just feel like you maybe hit a wall with not having time to necessarily draw. Like, you will be drawing something like Animaniacs or Looney Tunes, you know, or even MMP. Like, we really rely on strong drawing skills.
Fantastic. And then we're just going to touch base on like what you're looking for in terms of jobs right now at the job fair. If someone's watching this and they're going to hop into Discord, what jobs are you interviewing for right now?
We're looking specifically right now for designers. We're looking for layout artists. We're looking for effects artists in harmony, and animators. And we're also looking for TD help, so technical director. I know that's kind of an obscure one.
I love that one. That's something that I do. I love being a technical director. It's fantastic because you can jump in and you can just get to the nuts and bolts of everything.
Yes. So yeah, coding stuff. Hey, come talk to me about that too.
Fantastic. We've got a question from the audience that has just come in, so we're just going to pop that on screen for you there. And it says, the question's, well, first a comment, nice to meet you. And obviously, nice to meet Sally. She's a very friendly face in the animation community. The question is, I'm a soon to graduate animation student, and I consider myself a 3D generalist. Did some Maya, Unreal Engine 4, Blender animation, etc. Are you hiring any 3D animators after college?
Okay. No, not right now. It's tough. So especially if you're like super specialized on 3D, as opposed to, we tend to have people who do sort of the opposite. It's like I do mostly 2D and some 3D, just because what we work on, like I said, all our projects are vast majority 3D. So we're not usually looking to hire someone who just, sorry, I hope I said 2D. We do.
You said 3D, but you meant 2D.
Okay. I
The
meant
vast majority of your
2D.
projects are 2D.
Yes, and all of them are 2D. Some of them use bits of 3D within them. And so for that reason, like it's easier for us in terms of hiring and in terms of running the projects to find artists who do 2D and can help with 3D in terms of like in layout or in asset design. That can stick around with us for a long time rather than just like finding someone to be able to do a couple assets and then that's kind of it because we don't have other 3D work. Sorry, but yeah, at the moment, no.
Fair enough. All right, and I've got the reel here, and I want to play that so people can take a look at it and see it visually, like the amazing stuff that you guys do at your studio. So I'm going to pop that up, and then we'll answer more questions. So if you're watching, watch the reel, think about the questions you want to ask. We'll come back, we'll answer them, and then we'll continue on with this wonderful live stream. And we're back. Well, you could see the squash, you could see the stretch, you could see the blending, like that classic animation style. Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah. It's in every single project, and you could see that like there's a big mix of stuff in there. So yeah.
Absolutely. And we've got some more questions, which is fantastic. And this one's for us. Does anyone know if this will be recorded and uploaded to the TAAFI channel? Well, actually, we're live, and after we're live, it's going to be up here forever. So yes, it is. And there's no getting away from it. So hopefully you love it. I would say, like, here's a question from me. Like, if you're an animation student, you're just getting out of college and you're looking to apply to a 2D animation studio like yourself, what are some of the skill sets that you should be developing in your portfolio when you come and talk to you guys if you're looking for a job?
Well, this is something I tend to give to students as advice. And it kind of relates to some of the questions that came out for Sphere about, I was listening, about being a generalist. Something that I found is I find it more so common at times for recent grads or students to be less confident on what exact direction they want to take, which is super understandable. Totally. In terms of like what department interests you the most, or where you might fit in the most. And I would say it is helpful to us. I do recruiting. I have a small recruiting team at Yaza that it's helpful to us to see that you've picked like one or two lanes. It does show confidence. I also like to, and it makes it easier for us to sort of understand, when we're in a rush and we're trying to put a production together and not have to sort through like our sort of calculation of where someone could go. If we're just looking for, great, now today, there's a few departments we're looking for animators, and it saves us a little bit of energy. If you've decided and if you're able to say like, yeah, actually, I do want to really apply myself to animation and layout or something like that, as opposed to saying, I can do everything, here's my everything. You may very well be able to do everything, but at a studio like Yaz, we're working on these big like commercial projects. It's harder for us to slot you into every department. Like everybody is tending to work in a team. But I'll also say that once you've done that, I think maybe there's a fear that you'll be pigeonholed and you'll be stuck doing the same role for your whole career. And I
Right.
think people have had that happen. I would say one of our strengths at Yowza is being able to open up and get to know someone in one department and work with them and be like, yeah, that person is awesome overall, just to work with. They're awesome. They're good at what they do. And, oh, okay, yeah, they are interested in another department and they have a skill in it,
Yep.
and move them over and let them grow. Again, like growing and letting them grow that sort of new ability. So I still think there's openness, like once you've kind of like put yourself into a path, don't be too afraid that like you can't ever deviate from that. There's so much pressure being like whatever age that you graduate at that stage of life, and that it's like, this is it. You have to decide to do it forever. And even if you're very happy that you're going to be in this industry, then I would just say, like, don't be afraid. Like you're going to be constantly continuing to make decisions through your career. And so just presenting yourself as pretty, like, as clearly communicating, this is my current goal. It's okay if it changes later. Yeah.
Well, that was a fantastic answer with a lot of depth to it.
Oh, I do love talking to students.
Another question coming in here, and it's about whether or not someone should apply for 2 positions at the same company.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I hope I didn't sound like that's not okay. I have seen people apply for every position. If we've had like storyboard, layout, design, animation, coordinator, like every position, sometimes, I mean, above like 3 roles, you start to be like, okay, I see you, I get it. But yes, two positions, it's fine. Animation and rigging, super related, super necessary, lean on each other very much. The skill sets are super complementary. So I think that is okay. I don't see that as a problem on my end, getting 2 applications in like that. No, just as long as, yeah.
Very good. Next question. You mentioned looking for designers. What sort of work are you looking to see in those portfolios?
This one, so this is a bit harder for me. I work in the recruiting and business development side, so I tend to see portfolios and go like, oh, great. And then, we have art directors who are super trained, and every day this is their expertise, and they're like, oh, this and this. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
looks great to me. I mean, so I don't think we have I'm not sure at the moment if it's more characters or more props or more fun pack or production design that we're looking for. So yeah, it's kind of hard for me to answer. But yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 2 more questions we can get to, and then we're going to let Sally get back to her booth at the Discord server for the TAAFI Job Fair. Question from Lily Bean. I want to work in the production side of the industry, but I've noticed that entry-level production positions are rather rare. Is this the case in the entire animation industry?
I don't feel like I can speak for the entire animation industry, but I will say that is true. Yeah, they are kind of rare, and it's an interesting one of those things where, because there isn't one specific path necessarily, like going to animation school and becoming an animator and then going and getting an internship and then going in, it doesn't necessarily have that like path that's like so obvious as to how to get in. A lot of the time people start as a PA and then they are a coordinator, but we also sometimes have people start as an artist, and then it's like, oh, you're really organized, and maybe a bit slower. Maybe you're kind of one of those artists that comes out and you like have the half and half organization, communication, coordination brain and the art brain, and we need that. So yeah, I think it is rare and kind of hard to get into, but at the same time, when you're good at it and you're needed, like, you're so needed and so valuable and so helpful. So just keep heart and don't give up.
That is a great answer. Final question. Can we animate Yowza characters in our animation reels to show that we understand the characters and can do the job?
So Yowza, we don't own those characters. Obviously, like, I wish like we could say we owned Bugs Bunny or something like that. We totally don't. Those belong to our clients. But think you can, if you can rig it and design it and it's yours, then you can animate anything you want in your reel. I've seen some really interesting, strange reels. And yeah, and yeah, just show your best skill. So if it inspires you to use a character that we would recognize, then why not?
Very good. I mean, yeah, I mean, if they animate it and they're not like producing it and putting it online, then they can show their
Yeah,
skill set.
like don't claim this belongs to Yowza and put it on YouTube, because that makes
Yeah.
us look not so great. Not because of your skills, but just in terms of like protecting the copyright that belongs to the client.
Yes. Absolutely. All right. Well, Sally, thank you so much for joining us here. It's been a fantastic talk. And we're going to play Jonathan's little outro clip here, but I hope the job fair goes fantastically well with you and you guys get a lot of great applicants, and then you hire on a bunch of the people, the thousands of people that are descending on the Discord server right now.
Me too. Thanks, Grayden. Have a good day.
Hey, you too. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Huh. Sorry, I was too busy watching that great Yowza animation talk. Next up, 9 Story Media Group / Brown Bag Films.
Hello, Adrian. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Nice to see you again.
Likewise. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
So, you're representing Brown Bag Films.
Yeah.
9 Story Media Group.
Yeah, I'm the head of animation there currently, and having a little bit of fun, actually. Today, I got to jump right in. First thing in the morning, I'm like, let's make some cartoons.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. So speaking of that, what kind of cartoons are you guys working on right now?
Oh, so what we typically are known for is obviously our kid shows, Blue's Clues, Let's Go Luna, Daniel Tiger, all the wonderful kid shows that people love. Karma's World, just a whole bunch of really good stuff. And then we currently have this, I don't even know, this just wonderful lineup we've got coming up that I can't speak on, but it's kids, tween, teenager, young adult. We've got a 30-minute feature special locked and loaded. We've been working with all the major streaming for all this stuff, all the major streaming places for all this stuff. So it's like a litany of stuff. You're just like crackling. It's just, you're like, okay, what else? What's today?
Right on. Right. So is it like 2D, 3D animation? What kind of roles are you looking to fill for these upcoming productions?
Predominantly 2D, but we actually do have some 3D stuff as well. So we work with our, we've got several offices. We've got our Toronto office, our Dublin office, our New York office, and Bali office. And so, Dublin and Bali typically work on the 3D stuff, but we have been cross-pollinating. So we're working with them on this, and we've got some 3D stuff in here in Toronto and all that kind of good stuff. So it's really a cross thing. As far as the types of jobs, I don't even know if I could literally list them off. I'd have to literally pull out that auctioneer thing again. But essentially, it's like storyboards, storyboard revisionists, animators, designers, production designers, layout and BG people, technical people, TD, pipeline, production people. I heard Sally mentioning that at the end there. There is a whole, just honestly, go to the 9 Story jobs portal. And normally I say, go to the Toronto. There's usually a couple of drop downs, but go to all of them really at this point. There you'll see, and there's like 4 to 5 pages of all the different jobs that will come up. There's you go to streaming website and you're like, next page, just keep doing that. You'll see there's a whole bunch of stuff. We've got internships as well coming on from all Vantage Point corporate production, art, you name it.
Fantastic. Now, you have so many studios all over the place. Is there opportunities for animators who are working at your studio to go to the different locations? And do you get kind of like travel included in any of your jobs?
Not typically, especially now that everything's mostly work from, we can e-travel. But they're like on occasion, someone has traveled here and there. We've had people from who worked with Dublin who have actually since moved to Toronto and work here with us now. And so it's not pretty typical for that kind of travel, but because of that cross-pollination, we sitting on those chats with Dublin and I'll be sitting probably on one with Bali in a couple weeks from now and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely room for working between our studios and working with development teams, but largely we stay here.
you stay here, and because of the COVID issues, everyone's kind of locked down at the moment. Fair enough. All right, we've got some questions from our audience here. First question, what sort of experience are you looking for regarding animation PAs, and are these positions regularly hiring?
Yeah. So I think we typically call them production coordinators instead of production assistants. Same job, basically.
Film versus animation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So as far as production jobs go, I remember I heard Sally talking about it. I was like, even though I'm the head of animation, I actually talk incredibly passionately about production staff because of how they are the ligaments of everything. They connect everything, production or the nervous system, whatever.
100%, yeah.
They're such connective tissue for the project, and some of my favorite people I've ever worked with are in production. So as far as what kind of experience, I know Sally was saying, yeah, it's pretty rare to see a job come up with no production. Apply for those jobs, by the way. You never know. Those jobs, obviously if you have artistic experience, that's really helpful. If you say have taken any art, that's incredibly helpful. I've worked with a lot of producers who actually were trained artists and animators and people, our own VP of production worked in theater and doing all that stuff, like building sets in for plays, and then worked in theater themselves as an actor or whatever. So pretty much anything that brings you that love of storytelling and that love of the craft and all that kind of stuff. And then beyond that, apply to those, even if it says, yeah, we require 2 to 3 years experience. Just honestly apply. I will not always, because you never know, someone just might go, I like their resume. There's something about, there's something there. And then get in the interview and then just talk passionately about why you want, like genuinely why you love this. So
100%. That's my experience, like going in and talking to people and getting different jobs just based on the passion and the ability to do it if I get the direction to do so from the company, which has been an incredible experience for me. I worked in so many projects as a result of that.
Yeah, and I'd say don't be afraid to, a lot of people kind of get in there like afraid of making a mistake and all that stuff. Generally, we're all gonna I still make mistakes. I just made one this morning and I was like, I gotta correct that. It happens, and that's perfectly fine. Don't be afraid to, if you have an idea, talk to somebody. I've been noticing this is a common occurrence. So this is a great thing for production coordinators and anybody really in production, any position really, but especially when it comes to PA or production coordinator positions. I think if we can make this more efficient, we can streamline this. We can, maybe if we just did this and oh, that's interesting. I love that spirit. Like I love that spirit of growth in people, and like this is what show that. Don't be afraid to do that. So yeah.
Right on. Next question. All right. Are there any tips for those who would like to join a writer's room in animation?
Ooh, I mean, I'm not in the writing room, so I can only speak sort of at a distance on this one. But what I will say is write. Just keep writing. Just don't stop writing. Don't, that seems to be the one thing that people are sort of, they're waiting for this perfect thing, or they're waiting for this. Just keep writing. So just keep working on that. And then beyond that, be cognizant of, say you're talking about television, a lot of the discussions I've heard over the years whenever I'm in my positions is, they'll write, I don't remember the exact timeline, but every page is roughly a minute, something like that. I forget the exact, depends on the show and all that kind of stuff, but roughly around there. Totally. If it's an 11-minute or 20-minute show, don't write 14, 15 pages. Don't write, if it's an 11-minute, don't write 15 pages. That might go 15 minutes because they have to cut it and edit, and then that becomes a bit disjointed. Be cognizant of the medium and of the parameters that you're writing within, and try to work within those. I remember hearing somebody once saying, remove a zero from the budget and that's when creativity starts. And I'm not saying that literally all the time, but when it comes to writing, it's like, well, but I could tell this perfect story in 14 minutes. Well, you have 11. So just be cognizant of the parameters you're working within, so that it's kind of respecting the editor's time, the storyteller's time, all that kind of stuff. So that's the best tip I could really give, not being necessarily from the writing staff myself.
That's very fair and wise. All right, for rigging portfolios, internships, what are you looking for in terms of criteria?
Yeah, so as far as like rigging portfolios go, obviously showing your core fundamentals, that the tool set, that you understand that. Obviously that's a given. But what we do like to see is, you're thinking about the way an animator would move something, the way you're thinking about this is actually, it's not just enough to go, oh, I know how to use all the nodes, right? Or I say the difference between what I call rational and reasonable. Rational rigs are like, yeah, you're using the tool set well and it makes sense. But when you actually go to work with it, is it reasonable? And so one of the times we're looking at the way someone's thinking, not just that they know the tool set, but they're reasonably thinking about the way this will be used. And that can go a long way. Just really noticing, like, because I always, our head of animation, Daryl Permeo, we talk a lot about how rigging is the engineer and animators are the drivers.
Yes.
And, give us, basically, we talk together to know what kind of ride we want to do, like if it's a street or if it's a dirt track or if it's F1, whatever it is. I know I'm using car terminology now, but essentially that's what we're looking for, is understanding the kind of driving that the driver is going to be doing, basically, and building around that. So it's a big thing for rigging to do that, and then as well as just maybe show a little bit more, oh, I can do some more advanced technical stuff, or I can do something that, and I know how to understand how a good turn works and all those kind of elements. So that's definitely helpful. And again, showing that passion. I know it's hard to show in that stuff, but sometimes there's always a way to get creative and just show, like, I genuinely just want to I do this on my own time. I do, like, trying to find a way. I can't speak specifically on that. Everyone's got their own way of doing that. I know animators that would, like, animators specifically, when they put their portfolio and they animate the intro to the portfolio, and I'm like, that's somebody who, like, it's not part of their professional work. I'm like, that's clearly somebody that wants to animate, right? So totally. I think about that. I don't know exactly what that looks like in rigging, but maybe it's just you rigged something weird and fun and small and just had some fun and go, maybe that was a weird way to do this, but I'm thinking, sort of thing. So, and then as far as the criteria, honestly, obviously show your craft, like I said. But if you can hopefully get into that interview stage, talk, like, I cannot describe to you how much that responds to at least myself. And I know most of the people I know that are interviewing, that's what we talk about this constantly. We get in a round table after an interview, and it's always, they seem like they really want this. They're hungry. They care. I will take that over almost most other things most days. So
100%. All right. We've got like 2 minutes and 4 questions. So this is going to be like the rapid fire round. All right. Okay. All right. What are you looking for in a 2D FX demo reel?
Right. Beginning reels, those core essentials, your fires, your water splashes, your, all those basics, and then good timing, spacing, and then good drawing skill. That's it.
Beautiful. All right. Next question. Hey, AJ, are you looking for any UX UI designers?
Ooh, good question. I actually don't know that answer off the top of my head, but go to our portal and you'll be able to see it's 9-story jobs. Sure. But if you just go to 9-story jobs, it'll bring you up to that page, and you'll be able to look through those, like 1 to 5 or whatever it was, 1 to 4, and you'll be able to find it.
Beautiful. Next question. What makes an ideal candidate for 3D animation regardless of work experience? I think you've answered that.
Sort of, but let's just go real quick. Fundamentals. Yeah. Are you showing me that you're in control of the rig and of your work, and that you're thinking? It's not just going from A to B to C. You're actually going, why are you going from A to B to C? So control over your rig, good core fundamental principles, and that you've got a spark in you, that you're showing something, even if it's a little bit on the rough end, that it's a fun idea.
Perfect. All right. We've got to thank you because you've been amazing. And you're answering all these questions. All right. And I've got the reel to show as well. Perfect. Because I want to show people exactly what your studio is doing out there, because it's pretty impressive. So I just want to, I'll play the reel, but I'm going to thank you first for coming out, answering all these questions, for everybody joining us. I know you got to get back to the booth on Discord and keep interviewing people and letting them know what you're looking for and exactly what roles you're going to fill. So AJ, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. It was lovely seeing you again.
Cheers.
Everyone ready to get started? Ready for takeoff.
This is gonna be fun.
There we go. I brought you back just because you're still on, in case you want to say any last words.
No, just take a look at the job thing. Honestly, we have a massive amount of growth going on. We have some really, really, really cool projects, tons of positions. Go to our job site, take a look. If something sparks you, apply. And just like I heard from the Sally thing, apply to 1 or 2 positions. Don't get crazy with 4 or 5, but 1 to 3, go ahead.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. Take care. Have a good one.
Yay. 9-Story Media Group, Brown Bag Films. That was great. Next up, it's Big Jump Entertainment. Enjoy.
All right. We are here with Big Jump and Jennifer Griffiths, the classic recruiter. We've known her for years. She's an amazing person. She's very positive. She'll also take pictures every once in a while. How you doing today?
I'm good, thanks, Ray. How are you? Nice to see you, man.
I'm really good. I'm so happy we're finally here after like the months and weeks of prep for the job fair, that we're doing it and we're live.
Man, you guys are working so hard. It's been an incredible morning. I've already spoken to like 30 people. You guys are rocking it. It's really just a positive experience, and always love being a part of TAAFI, and thanks for having us as always.
Oh, phenomenal. I mean, it speaks to the quality and the dedication of the volunteers that are running everything in the background for TAAFI. And we can't say enough thanks to them, because you know what? They're incredible. And we have been meeting every week for the past, basically since November, December, January, February, March, April. So that's like 6 months, almost every week, except over Christmas. So it's been, it's totally nuts.
I would be remiss if I didn't give a special shout out to Casper, who's running our booth. So
oh yeah,
all the volunteers, and a special shout out to Casper, who's running our Big Jump booth. He's put people on hold right now so I can come and chat with the big group. So yeah, amazing to all the volunteers and everyone involved. You guys are doing an incredible job as always.
Thank you so much. Well, let's talk a little bit about your studio. What kind of animation do you guys do?
Yeah, so we're a 2D, 3D hybrid studio. We focus mostly on sorry, more messages coming in on the phone there. We focus mostly on 2D, but we do have a 3D sector as well, and then moving into that area. So for us, our own IPs development, we're always interested in talking to new creators. We're always hiring and international students, people, artists, anything. If you guys want to ask any questions, like Grayden said, I'm always up for a chat if anyone wants to shoot me an email. So I think at Big Jump, the big thing is our artists first initiatives, and making sure that artists are in seat and getting paid. That's when we're the happiest. So
I think artists like myself love that as well. And that's, I gotta say too, in our Canadian animation industry, we seem to have a really good crew of studios looking out for the artists in our community, which is like, it's heartwarming, because I know a lot of other industries and it's not the same. So if you're looking for a job, you're in the right place.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, it's sometimes disheartening to be online and see some, maybe artists that are struggling. And then it's so great to have this industry here in Canada where you can come and apply, and, you're going to be taken care of. Like all the studios are fabulous here. And, especially, I'm coming to you from Ottawa. So we've got a big group of people here as well, the studios, and, you really can't go wrong. And, but I have to say, overall, the studios, you got to pick Big Jump. So
there you go. That's why they pay you the big bucks. Keep that line going.
I just got to put that final line in there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you guys do amazing stuff. So I want to play your show reel and then let people come up with questions for you about what roles are available based on what they want to do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Walking down the sidewalk, kicking my feet as I'm moving to the music.
jump.
Well, yeah.
Talented people work on that stuff every day. That's crazy. That's awesome.
And it's just incredible to see the width and the breadth of what you guys do as an animation company.
Yeah, so I always tell this to people that we're hanging out with. You know, Big Jump, as you know, is known as the split studio here in Canada. We are the lead adult animation studio in Canada. We've been doing adult animation since, before it became a thing. So we've got, thousands of hours under our belt for that. But we also have our kids section as well. We do service, we do our own IPs. We're always, chatting with other companies and helping out or doing our own thing. So, I think that really benefits the artist and that they get to pick, if they want to be working on an adult show or if they want to be working on, rainbows and butterflies or, beer and butt, I guess we could call it. So
totally. And that's one of the main pain points for animators. They feel like in Canada, they get stuck in this kids animation channel and they can't get out because the studio they're working for, there's no adult animation being produced in that studio, so they can only do kids animation, and sometimes you just need a break and you want to create something that's a little bit geared towards an older audience.
Yeah, exactly. I think artists like to go back and forth, and for us, I mean, we work with Floyd County, Starburns Industries, so we just did America the Motion Picture, which is the retelling of George Washington, they creating America, and it's just ridiculous. He's got chainsaws for hands. The animation is fantastic, but it's purely adult content, so don't check it out on Netflix if you're not ready for that. But I think we did Woman in the Book with Facebook, and that was a horror, which scared me. I couldn't even watch it. I couldn't even watch the storyboards. But I think the cool thing with Big Jump is that it gives you a choice. You get to pick. Sort of if you want. Take a break and do the adult animation, or you want to jump back into the kids. And, again, we do service industry, we do our own IPs and development. So that's always awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. We've got a question in from the audience here, and is interactive media design program of Seneca College relevant to this field?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've specifically looked into interactive media design, but from myself as, what I do as interior operations for this company, I mean, there's never a time when you don't need, that sort of technological aspect to help, whether it's your marketing side, whether it's making content to put out to, fellow companies so that they want to work together. I would say that, and also Seneca is a great college. So, you're getting your foot in the door. Our production coordinator, Sabrina, I actually met at TAAFI. We had her on last year. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, Sabrina is phenomenal.
Yeah, she's helping us man our booth right now, and she's actually on the client meeting, so she's doing a bunch of stuff. She couldn't be here to chat with us today, but she's from Seneca. I believe she went to Seneca. Anyways, but I met her at TAAFI, and so I think the more you get out there, the more you talk to these booths, get your foot in the door. Certainly here at Big Jump, I'm always willing. I've got my email up right there. You can contact me personally. We're always willing to help artists. And I think that's the main thing. If you can take anything away today, is that, there's a lot of people in this industry that have their foot in the door and certainly want to help others get their foot in the door. If you ever come across a person that's like, no, I'm not willing to help you, then move on to someone else, because certainly there's so many good people in this field that want artists at the table making money and doing good things. So yes, long answer to that question. I don't think that, you can go wrong, and keep working hard and get that foot in the door and come and chat with us. And I know certainly any sort of interactive media is a plus. With what you do and all that sort of stuff. So yeah.
Absolutely. We just got a comment about the email just getting cut off on the title there, so I just fixed that for Patrick French.
All right. You can also go to the website. You just click on my picture, and it'll send you right to my little portfolio and email. So.
What? Yeah. All right. Question from Lily Bean. What skills would you look for in candidates in production who do not have experience in the field?
Honestly, just patience. We work with ShotGrid. We work with all of these programs, and I'm sure I could have Sabrina on a private chat on our channel, and she can talk about experience as well. But for myself, I've produced shows and I've project managed shows, and learning the program requires some patience, I think. So for me, just a good attitude and patience and willingness to learn. We have people that have their master's degrees. We have people that are self-taught. So we're just willing to, give anyone a chance. And, certainly those that are willing to try and then to make good. And we love, like I said, having artists on board and getting paid. So that's a big takeaway.
Perfect. All right. And so if someone's looking to apply in a 2D role at Big Jump, what should they have in their portfolio?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the easiest thing to do is just shoot me an email, because what we like to do is ensure that people are communicated with in their preferred way. So if you're on the spectrum, or if you have difficulties, introvert, extrovert, if you'd rather a phone call, if you'd rather, just email, you don't want to talk to anyone, you don't want to do a video call. For me, the biggest thing is that the artist is comfortable. So I think shooting an email is a good place to start, and just say like, hey, this is my preference of how we communicate. Is this okay? And then, we go ahead and chat that way. So, I think for me, anyone applying for 2D, again, just that willingness to learn. There's never going to be a time when you can't pick something up. Like me, I'm learning every day. Our rigging department is, Jen, that's not how it's done. So, you got to be willing to learn. And at any given point, you can think you did a perfect scene and the client might not appreciate it. So you just have to learn to, what someone's mentioning to you, and it's not a personal slight. So I think just that patience, like I talked about before, patience and willingness to learn is like a big thing for me. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Skills can be taught. That patience and willingness to learn is something that should come. Yeah.
And that's a recurring theme over today, is the willingness to learn. If you have the passion and the willingness to learn, then studios are willing to work with you to develop those skills.
Absolutely. Because, no one can come in being 100%, and if you do come in saying you're 100%, I don't know if you've got the right skill set to, like I said, even myself as an executive director, I'm still learning every day, because, today you're not waking up learning. We have an awesome job. We make cartoons for a living, so learn as much as you can and help as many people along the way as you can. Absolutely.
Totally. Next question. What are you looking for in terms of an applicant who's applying on the 3D side of the studio?
Yeah, I'd say the same as 2D, right? Like, willingness to learn, patience. Again, make sure that you tell me how it is you want to communicate. I know in the old days, it's always phones, and now it's video chat, and some people are comfortable with that. So, I think just however you want to communicate, reach out. And if you feel comfortable sharing your portfolio, or if you want to email it separately or talk about it over a video chat, like I said, we're here to help people, man. Everyone, we want to get people in that door and in a seat and getting paid. So, we've got an awesome internationally recognized co-op program. So for those of you who maybe aren't sure, or you want mom and dad, or, guardians or whatever to check out, if animation's a viable career, if you want to know more information, just reach out to us. We're willing to help and willing to talk to, guardians and stuff who say, oh, you're going to be a struggling artist. Like, that's not the case. Animation is a fantastic field. And we're here to help, I guess. So shoot me that email, and I'd love to chat.
Beautiful answer. All right, final question. You mentioned you're a self-taught artist. Does that mean that you would hire a talented artist that does not have a degree?
Absolutely. Yep, 100%. I've got people that have, zero experience but are fantastic artists. I have people who are, 60 years experience but no degree. I've got people who have 4-year masters. Like, nope, just show me what you got. And like I said, happy to get artists in seats. But unless, of course, you're like a high school student, you're trying to use this as an excuse to get out of, something. Don't get me in trouble with the guardians, but even if you are, if school is out of reach, or, you're having trouble, getting in somewhere, absolutely practice your art. And we're not a studio that requires, a degree. A piece of paper doesn't tell me anything. Oh,
that's what I love about the arts.
Fantastic. Don't get me in trouble with the schools either.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for joining our live stream today and letting people know a little bit more about Big Jump, what roles you're looking to fill, as well as how awesome our animation community is. So I'll let you get back to your Discord booth and start interviewing more candidates.
Thanks so much for everything you're doing. Talk soon.
Likewise. Cheers. Bye.
Wow. Big ups to Big Jump. Next up, Mainframe Studios.
Hi, Christine. How you doing?
That little in between is pretty awesome.
That's all Jonathan. Jonathan was making those over the weekend. He got them to me like late last night. I'm like compressing them and popping them up right now.
Love it.
It's all on the fly. That's what we do here.
Yep.
One thing at a time. So you're here to talk about Mainframe.
I am.
So what do you guys do?
My goodness, what don't we do? So Mainframe has been around since the early 90s. I mean, you know, I'm a 90s kid. Reboot was the thing, right? So
totally,
I mean,
yeah, same.
Like my excitement when I joined, but I mean, Mainframe has changed a lot since then. We do a ton of 3D, but truthfully, the past couple of years has been a lot of, you know, change and different things happening. So we're still primarily a 3D studio doing a lot of kids programming, but we've done, you know, kind of live action VFX mix for Reboot Guardian Code. And we now just launched our 2D pipeline with the Guava Juice Show, which is currently in production. And we're doing tons more in terms of development for 2D. So we're doing a bit of everything.
That's awesome. Jonathan is just sending me messages in the background of me getting run over by a lawn tractor. I think he's referencing handling all this stuff.
I think you had way too much fun on the weekend.
Totally. We always have fun at TAAFI. That's the thing. It's like we're all volunteers working away like on these different things. And it's we love animation and we love storytelling.
Yeah.
And we love connecting up with the studios like yourself who are now doing these booths for the jobs.
Yeah.
So speaking of jobs, what are you guys interviewing for right now?
Mostly at the moment, 3D positions. We have literally every area of the pipeline. Our biggest in terms of amount of jobs are animators, obviously, lighters, effects artists. We're looking for board artists, storyboard revisionists, shot finaling, crowds, foliage artists, room artists, rigging TVs, riggers. We have a lot of jobs, people.
Fantastic. And speaking of jobs, we have people that are also fans. And we've got Josh Pinker saying Christine is the best in the biz.
Oh, Josh, I'll pay you later.
But we've also got your show reel. Would you like me to show that now so people can take a look at what you guys are doing?
That would be amazing.
All right. Let's roll it. Well, that is just a little taste of what you guys are producing over there at Mainframe.
Just a little bit. There's lots more new stuff.
And I'm assuming a lot of stuff in development as well that you can't talk about.
Tons. Yeah. So we've got, I think, 16 lines of production happening right now. And an absolute ton of things that are kind of just on the cusp. We're out pitching, big pitch going up today, which is a 2D preschool show, I believe. So we've got, a ton of things just happening. We've just, one of our original IP, which was a co-pro with DreamWorks, just went out on Netflix last month, called Team Zenko Go.
Yes, that is an amazing show. I watched that.
Fun?
Yeah. You had it at the TAAFI Film Festival. So I was like, what? This looks so good.
It's absolutely adorable. And what we did last month, because I mean, we're trying to, like, we're at home, right? So you got to try to do some fun things. But we did within the studio, through our culture club, we did asked everybody to do Zenkos, because Zenkos are good deeds. So we had everybody go out and do Zenkos. So next week we'll do, we're kind of do a draw, and then we'll do a charitable donation based on, people doing the Zenkos. So we had some really fun things.
That is awesome. I love the mom in the cart, like the needle cart.
Yeah. She's awesome.
It's so good. So good. And if you haven't seen it, watch it. You'll know what I'm talking about. All right. We've got our first question here from the audience, and it's, are you hiring college grads? This animator is graduating in May. And what do you look for in 3D animation, modeling, rigging portfolios? Thanks. And nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hopefully I'll get to meet you later today. We are, we are hiring everyone. Yes. In terms of, I guess, different things for, Paola, if you're hiring for a modeling position, we're looking for your turnarounds, your topography. We want to see the mesh, that type of thing. You're hiring for animation, you're obviously going to need something different. We're going to want to see, your walk cycles and, a little bit of a different variations in your work, just so we see kind of, some different styles, but just so you've got the basics and the mechanics, and that you know your things. You're not going to have everything in your reel coming straight out of school. And I think I hopped in at the end of your last presentation. I'm going to steal some of the things. Great attitude.
Do it. Yes.
Like, it's the attitude. It's come in, be excited, and want to learn, which is why it's so rewarding to hire new grads, because you're so eager. And everything, that's the thing, is be up for everything.
Fantastic. All right. We've got some more questions coming in here.
Yeah.
And so, do you have DMP matte painting positions?
We do. Don't think I have any open at the moment, but it's definitely something. So Jerome, send in a general application for that, because it's always good for us to keep kind of that roster of people that are looking right now, because you know what ends up happening, right? We didn't need one yesterday, but suddenly this morning we needed it 3 weeks ago. So, so definitely send it over.
Perfect. Next question. Do you have any summer internship opportunities that might be work from home?
Yes. We are all work from home right now. So regardless of if you're an intern or, coming on full time, everybody's at home. So for sure, we'd love to see that. Tyler, just send in, again, a general application. I don't think we've put up internships for sure, but I'm bugging the team. That's my favorite part of the year, is bringing in interns.
So if they're looking for an internship, who do they talk to at Mainframe?
Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll see if I can get you over to the right people. Again, send in that general application with intern, because if I see someone that's really good, I'm going to go start bugging all the teams to see where we can find a spot.
Fantastic. All right. Do you have any final comments before you head back to your booth to interview more people?
Guys, I connect with us, where we love to meet people, regardless if it's about, an open job or not. Let's build a big network. This industry is very special, and that's why I kind of keep staying in it. It's crazy busy all the time, but it's special in that everybody helps everybody else out. So definitely connect. If we're willing to have chats, let you know kind of what's going on. And there's tons of things happening at Mainframe right now. The other thing I do want to say is Mainframe is a Vancouver, we're known to be a Vancouver-based studio. We have a virtual Toronto studio right now, which is growing by leaps and bounds. So we can definitely hire anyone around Canada. BC and Ontario, yes. But we have people in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Alberta, lots of places. So we look at everyone right now.
And final question. This person, David Shane, is from game development, asset background, and for making game characters. I'm not versed with the film animation industry, so I wasn't sure how applicable it would be with the modeling positions.
David, we have hired people from EA and other big gaming studios or small gaming studios, you've got the basics. It's fully transferable.
Phenomenal. Well, Christine, thank you so much for joining us, providing your time, and helping get people employed in the animation industry in Canada.
All right. Nice to see you, Grayden. Nice to see everybody. Bye.
Hey, cheers. Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks, Mainframe. Next up, Source Nerds on How to Wow.
All right, and we're here with the Source Nerds. Sherry, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Very, very well. I'm doing very well. I was gonna say good, and then I was like, my mom is gonna get me in trouble for saying good because it's not proper grammar. So then I messed up the whole sentence structure.
I know it really isn't to not say good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Well,
I mean, I like saying that still, but
I know.
true, you know.
I know. I'm glad you're well. It seems like I've been watching for the last little while, and it seems like you guys are having fun.
It's super fun and
learning a lot.
Well, it's kind of like a reunion too. I've been talking to all these people for so many years, and they're coming on, and we get to like chat about cool stuff, like the fact they have jobs open for people to get in the animation industry. Like it's so positive right now. You know, there's just so many jobs for anybody and everybody. What do you want to do? You can get a job.
Yes, exactly, and that's what's so great is like it really has the tables have turned, and everybody, if that wants to be employed can be employed because there's so many even different sectors to go into that, you know, this skill set is now, you know, opened up like the metaverse and NFTs, and it's also exciting.
It's super exciting. And they're basically saying like, if you have the passion, we will train you to do whatever you want to do.
Yes. Yes.
Like that's like the best opportunity for someone looking to work in a field ever.
Yes.
We're going to pay you to learn.
Yes. It's amazing. It's really amazing. And I hope everybody, you know, has an opportunity to do so. And we're here with Source Nerds. I'm Sherry Azam. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I run a company called Source Nerds, and we recruit and mostly source for the animation, VFX, metaverse, NFT, and AR sector and gaming sector. So, you know, we have a good ear to the ground on what's happening within the industry, and yeah, fun times.
Very good. And then we had talks of Lori joining us. Is she joining us as well for this little chat?
I don't know if she's having a problem getting on. I believe she is. Do you see?
She's having a problem getting on right now?
I don't know.
Because we don't want people to miss chatting with her.
I know, right? I'm not sure. Maybe we can continue with.
Well, absolutely. And I will bring her on as soon as she pops in.
Yeah, please. So let's jump right into it because I know we only have we have a lot to cover in a short amount of time. And so the things that I really wanted to cover today was give you some tips on your resumes. And so the one thing is a lot of people write the first thing on the resume is their name and their address. You don't need your address. You should just have your name, your LinkedIn profile with your reel on it, as well as your email address and your phone number. Then a lot of people just put an objective. What you want to do instead. So when somebody's looking at your resume, they're really reading the first 1/3 of your resume. So you want to capture as much attention in that 1/3 so you keep them engaged to keep reading your resume. So instead of an objective, you want to put more of a skills summary. And you want it to be written instead of saying like, I've been responsible for, you want it to be like a little bit more exciting, especially since we are in a creative field and we are kind of storytellers and animators. And that's what makes us, you know, just fun. And so you want to tell them a story. So like you are getting on to, hi, Lori. How are you?
Hello. Good. I don't know, but I had a certain time written, which I thought according to, I don't know if this already started, so I'm sorry because
that's okay. That's okay. Thank you for joining. This is Lori. This is another managing director for Source Nerds, and she is also director and founder of Animes out in Montreal. So Lori, we were just talking about the importance of your first 1/3 of the resume and why that's so important because it captures everybody's attention in that top 1/3. So what ends up happening is instead of writing "I've been responsible for," you would want to say something like, and I know you're all students just coming out of school, so you would say, in my last 2 years at, and you could say it Sheridan or Seneca or whatever school you're coming from, in that last 1 or 2 years or 3 years, I was able to, and you want to say what you worked on, like, so what project you worked on, and and what you were able to do. I helped with, animation, or I helped with the VFX, and this is what we were able to produce. And then you would also want to put in, if you're working part-time, you should also add that skill set, because that also, will attribute to the person you become in your careers. So let's say if you're working at Bath and Body Works, or you're working at the mechanic shop, you would also want to put, also in those last 2 years, I was able to work on my customer service skills at blah, 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 and wherever you may have been. So that's super important. And that will get people reading, and you want to put the skill sets, like where you may be volunteering at places. And so you want that in the first top of your top half as a summary that summarizes up like what you've been working on in the last 2 years, some of the skills that you learned in the last 2 years, and some of the volunteer things you've done, or, even if you just like to work out or cook, you could add all of those things in it, or you've taken personal projects on it. So you could mention all of that in the first top third. Then what I would also do is, whenever you're now you've gone to your work experience, and what people will do is you want to put your title first of whatever it was you did, and then the company, and then you want to put a blurb, and you can just type in Google, let's say, again, Bath and Body Works. I see that because my daughter was working at Bath and Body Works at one time. So you would type in Bath and Body Works, and you would take their about section about what it is they do, and you would add that to your resume just below. So it'd be like, your title, customer service, and then Bath and Body Works. And then you put a blurb about what that company did, because people need to relate to, oh, they worked at that company, and then they'll put like it'll tell a story, and it may not be Bath and Body Works. It could be a company that you worked for that nobody recognizes, but you need to tell them what it is that company kind of did, because then it'll build a story in their mind of like, oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of like what we do, So that's kind of like, it covers the resume aspect, and we will go through some questions after. So that just covers resumes as well. So now we're going to go into interview tips and interviewing, how to answer questions in an interview. So what's important is people that are interviewing you, they're hiring managers, they're not experts at recruiting, or they're not experts at hiring. They've got other jobs. So they're going to ask questions, in some of them, or most of them, are going to ask you a question in a yes. So it'll be where you can answer yes or no. So like, oh, have you worked in an animation studio before? And you're going to say yes or no. Regardless of how the interviewer asks the question, always answer the question in more than yes or no. You want to answer the question in a story again, because that person will now remember. So you would say, yes, I actually worked at Mainframe as an intern for 3 months, and we worked on blah, 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 blah. Or I was brought in to do this. So you want to again tell a story, even though they asked the question in the form of a yes or no answer. Question. So Lori, everything you want, do you want to add anything, or am I just rambling?
Well, no. It's all good. I'm sorry I missed the early part because I had another time written in an email. So I actually thought I was on time. So I'm really sorry. Something must have been weird on the communication I have in my email. So, okay. That being said, I would like to be brought up to speed. How much of this did I miss, and how much was the intro? I just trying to, because I know that I always find something to say somewhere. I don't hear you.
You're on mute.
I'm on mute?
No, Grayden is.
Thank you. So we just try and get everybody in early. So I was just making sure that you were able to sign in, so you weren't late, because you were, I think,
It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. It's
Wait,
fantastic.
I'm confused. Are there like people out there in People Land?
Oh yeah, we've got 40 viewers right now.
Oh dear. Okay.
Say hi to everybody.
Okay. So essentially, I just basically didn't want to repeat something that Sherry might have said already. And I know that Sherry has a really different background from me. And so that's how we connected, because it kind of works out. So essentially, I'm closer in a sense to the process of the artist. And I say the artist first because I will imagine that everybody got into animation and whatever it is that you do out of an artistic sensibility. So that's kind of where my take is. And also, of course, because Animes as a festival, curates many films that are submitted to us all the time. And so my relationships are really very artist. I'm close to the artist, and I'm an artist myself. So more of an audio music person, singer versus an animator. But I also produced several short animation films, and I really do understand the process of making the films. And I got involved with two very well-known directors. So that's how I got like a crash course, aside from my personal love of animation. Growing up on Bugs Bunny and Looney Tunes and Flintstones, that probably dates me, but okay. But anyway, okay, The Simpsons from time to time. Okay, but you get my drift. So I'm really super close to the artist. And I think for source nerds, I think, I was approached, and I'm really quite excited about it, because it's not something I would have thought of. However, of course, seeing the whole milieu and the sort of constant need for jobs from animation studios and VFX companies, and as it all expands from was the VR, then the AR, now it's the AI, and on, and now it's the meta, and then now it's the NFTs, and all of these new and classic genres of expression is all animation. And so I see like this, and the screws are getting tighter and tighter with
and even like stop motion has become such a big thing. Stop motion has become quite
right
a huge genre as well.
Yeah, so I mean, animation has so many subgenres, 2D, 3D, stop motion, and then they're all very, very different. So the whole point is that all of these things touch animes, and I almost like in my mind I've dropped the word film from the word animation parenthesis film festival. It's an animation festival. That's what we do. So and ultimately it touches every aspect of even what you would call live feature films, like real people. Everything is animated.
Yes, it's awesome. So let's go on and talk about the interview. Continue to talk about interview. That's where we were and I know we don't have that much time. So, so like I said, tell a story. So when you when the question, remember to answer in a story form and not just yes or no. Also, at the end of each interview, regardless if it's for this industry or not, you would always want to ask this question, and always have numerous questions. I would say at least 3 or 4 questions because like everybody's been saying in all of these talks, you have to seem interested and you have to seem engaging, and because it's just the way the industry is, and you're going to be working as a team, and that's what makes these projects so much fun, is because it's such a tight team making having one goal and to make that one end product. So at the end, what I would ask is, now that we've gotten a chance to know each other a little bit more, can you tell me, is there any reason that you think I would not be suitable for this position? And if the person has a doubt in their mind, they will then say, well, actually, I don't think that maybe you have experience with this. And then you could say, well, actually, I did volunteer doing, blah, 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 blah. And it will, because you'll think right away, well, have I ever done that? And you'll be surprised that when somebody puts that question in your head, you will then be able to say, oh, actually, I do have experience with this and that, or whatever. Also, let's say you are asked a question because you're all just coming out of school and you may not have experience in something that you are asked, a skill set that you may need for the position. So they'll ask you a question like, do you have experience in, whatever, let's say booking trips to get your team out to wherever. And you may not have experience in that, but what you could say is, no, I don't have experience. I haven't done that, but I do actually book my trips, my personal trips, as well as my family trips when we are going. So, you can relate it not just to work, like, because you guys are just so newly coming in and you don't have that work experience, always relate it back to your personal, like, what have you done? What have you done personally, or in churches, or like in your volunteer programs? Because I'm sure you have to volunteer in school, or just your own personal projects. And that's one thing that's so important, because you are going to work on projects in the next few years that you will not be able to show because it hasn't been released. So you want to be able to work on your own projects throughout your entire career, because then you can refer back to, well, this is what I'm working on, and this is what it also shows that you're very passionate because you're also doing it as your own hobby, and not just because it's paying your rent. And that's what people like to see when you're getting into industries like this, because it is quite a passion to go into animation, VFX, gaming, just anything creative. Another thing is apply globally. Like a lot of people, other speakers said today, they're hiring everywhere. So if you see a job that you want and it's in Halifax, or it's in LA, or India, like, just apply. And with a kick-ass resume. And also what I would do is always get feedback on your personal work as well. I forgot to mention that. So don't be afraid to reach out to people on LinkedIn, whether it's a director, producer, whatever it is, the field that you're going to be going into. If you have a reel, or if you are working on anything, like even as a production coordinator or assistant, you are still helping with that project. So that is still part of your contribution. So you would still want to have that reel. I think one of the questions on here was, would you add your reel to your resume? And yes, you should. It should be on your LinkedIn as well as your resume. And you should ask for feedback on your resume from people that you admire within the industry. That will help you with your networking. So let's say it's anybody. Just reach out, connect to them on LinkedIn, and they'll see that you're in the industry, and they will connect with you. And then just start a conversation with them. Hi, how are you? I'm whoever. And I was wondering if you'd look at my reel, or whatever it is you want them to look at, and they'll take a look at it. They'll give you feedback. Do what they say that needs to be. Take that feedback, correct it, and send it to them again, and ask them, like, what do you think of it now?
Sorry.
So that will also give you an opportunity to connect with others, get feedback with somebody that's actually working in the industry, working with a company that you aspire to work with, and that goes a long way. Lori, did you have something?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Again, you might have touched on this already. I just want to ask you if anyone, or if you've mentioned the ratio between on-site work versus remote work.
Everybody's working on site, like all of our clients and studios and I think people that were talking before this did mention that everybody is working on site, because nobody knows what we're going to be doing with COVID.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying on-site, or you mean remote work? Like you're
remote,
literally at the office?
You know what? To me, on-site is you're at your own on-site plot, but it is
so that's
everybody's
good.
remotely.
No,
everybody's working.
Okay. Yes. Good. That's what I wanted to understand. Okay. So good news, everybody. You can wear your pajamas.
No, you cannot wear your pajamas.
Just kidding.
Grayden, do you know how much time we have left? So, because
Yeah, you guys have a whole bunch of time left.
Okay. I didn't know because I still have lots to go. I'm not done.
I know
because I want to leave times for your questions.
There's been questions coming in as you've been talking. They've just been going on
Maybe
the side.
you want to how about take a few of those and then or Sherry, you captain this ship. I don't know.
You guys have about 30 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let me just continue and then maybe we can get some questions after. Okay, perfect. So apply globally. Apply globally. Ask for feedback from people that you admire in the industry. Build your network. I can't say that enough. Having a network. Even with the people, even though we are working remotely, you should still be, booking coffees with people and doing those, those types of things. Because you know what I mean. Booking.
Can I interject there just for a second,
Sure.
just to add to what Sherry's saying? But it's really hard to connect remotely or go for coffee and reach out to someone perhaps you don't know. So what I also would like to add to that is to attend as many live events as you can, because it's amazing, whether it's a woman in animation networking thing or a TAAFI, screening or anime's conference, whether it's online, because these things will, if they're where everyone can actually talk and see each other, because there's also different ways of, because sometimes if I have a smaller group, I can have, let's say, a networking thing and everyone's cameras on. And it's a great way. It's a great way to network. We do that at animes, and I've done that at other festivals, especially during the whole COVID thing, where now everyone's trying to get back to on location. But the reality thing is, I don't think this online is changing. I guess my point is, however you can, synergize your socializing with online and on-site, where there'll be. Because it's really hard just to make a one-on-one appointment. So I think those are huge opportunities for you to meet people, because that's what the studios are doing too.
Yeah. And one other thing is, you guys are just now coming into your careers, but what's important is, and I think companies would have a lot less, I should maybe say this, they'll have an easier time recruiting and hiring if people stayed connected in their network. So still, once you leave 4 or 5 years from now, still be coming to TAAFI events, because you learn so much. I just sat in on a few of them, and it's oh, who's this? You learn about who's doing what, and what's happening in the industry, and you'd be surprised what networking can do, who it brings into your life to create other things. And there's so many different projects, and if your dream is to, I don't know, run a studio or do whatever it is you want to do, it does take networking to do that. So still become coming to these TAAFI events, no matter 5 years from now, even when you become producers, still come to events like this, because it helps your community, helps support the festival, helps support the people, all these newcomers into the industry. So that's super important to
And one other thing I'd like to add is that if you don't get the job and your heart is broken, trust me, there might be so many reasons. First, we always assume that you just weren't simply good enough, and you find out either something, there's just so many variables, and I've learned it the hard way as well, believe me. And in fact, sometimes you can even take that further and find out that they rejected you, or they didn't contact you, find out that the whole schedule has shifted. And you know what? People aren't really nice, and they know they should be, even in the business. So sometimes it's kind of cruel, but it's simply because they're understaffed and people just can't always reach out. Or if you actually don't get the job, but you were close, there might have been a huge discussion about it. And it might have been a very practical reason, as opposed to your talent or the color of your hair. And so I think that's really important to keep in mind, that as hard as it is, it was one of the biggest things I had to learn the hard way, in music. But it doesn't matter what your art is. To be rejected isn't always because you're not good enough. It could be because you're actually,
Yeah, it's it's usually and not only to Lori's point, also one big thing is don't apply. It's your frame of mind. Don't apply or don't apply to something and then in your head you're like, oh, I'm never gonna get that job, because then guess what? You're never gonna get that job. So if you put it out there and you're like, oh yeah, they're gonna contact me, and you have a great attitude about it and you're just thankful that you're even able to apply because the job exists, goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody said the exact same thing. People want to work with people that are eager and excited and want to have fun in their craft. Happy people make good workers and good colleagues and good coworkers. So it is important to come to work with a good attitude. Come to the interview with a good attitude. Be on time. Look presentable. Look like you're excited to be there. Because that's the one thing. I have a lot of different clients. We have a lot of different clients, and sometimes our clients say they didn't look like they were interested in the job, and I'm like, are you kidding? They contacted me and they were like, oh my god, they would love to. It's just, it's not everybody's like animated like we are. Not everybody's animated. Everybody's so different, and everybody's body language. So just be mindful of that. That's a big thing. And let's see. Yeah, I think we can take questions now.
All right. Let's jump in. Are you guys able to see any of the questions on the side? I'm going to bring them on the screen as well, so you can read them.
I'm not used to this thing. I've got half of I only see partially because I don't have the app. I just went straight to the link, so I can't even see questions.
If you want to just give us maybe one go. I don't know if it's the first one we have to go to or how does.
Here we go. This is an interview question from one of our viewers. So, what is the best way to disclose any disability? I always follow up on how to overcome it and ask if any accommodations are available.
Yeah, that's an amazing question. You'll notice that in Canada, they do have to take disabilities into consideration and make sure that they create no biases or create an environment where they can, I believe that it should, on every resume, every job description, it says that at the bottom, please let us know and we'll be able to accommodate you in any way. So I don't think that you should see that as a hindrance. I think that studios are now looking for people and getting more. Everybody has to be trained on AAODA, and I would definitely tell them.
All right, next question. What sort of follow-up questions might we get if we answer a question regarding our past experience with no, but I'm willing to learn, or what might be a better response?
Okay, so you could say no, I've never been in that situation, or I've never had an opportunity to work with that or have that happen. And what you would want to think about is, was there a time in your personal life where you did have to kind of handle experience like that, and if you and then answer that, and if you have not, then just say, this is how I would handle it. Whatever would always give a solution, no matter what you do, no matter where you interview. If every problem, don't just think of the problem. Always think of the solution as well. Come with a solution. So give them a solution to whatever that problem would be.
Very good. All right. And what questions should people be asking that they're not right now? I'll throw it to you, Sherry, and then Lori.
Okay, so I think the one question for sure is the one that I said, ask at the end, now that we've gotten a chance to know each other, is there anything is there any reason I would not be suited for this position? Because then we'll be able to squash anything right then and there that, they may have in their head. Lori, do you have a...
I'm not really sure how to answer that because I'm not sure I don't know.
Mary's business development.
No, it's a very general question, so it's too general. So I would need more, like an example, like no, I can't answer. I don't know.
Oh, okay, I'll answer. Another follow-up question would be always ask, like, what's the next steps? So that you're not waiting, because then you're thinking, if in their head they're thinking, okay, we're just started the process, it's going to be another 30 days. And to you, if somebody reached out to you in 2 weeks, you'd be like, that's such a long time. But if you know, then that kind of takes the anxiety of like, oh my God, they don't want me. Oh my God, they don't want me. No, they just started the process.
Then in that case, I would say, don't be shy to ask a reasonable question. That's it. And don't be scared to ask the question that you know that when you leave, you're going to say, darn, I should have asked them that.
And
so
you
if
can
you're
always
shy, do it.
Yeah. And if you do get, if you leave and that happens, you're like, oh, darn, I should have asked that. You will always send a follow-up email thanking the person for their time. Thank you so much. It was nice. I learned this, and this. And I just had one more question.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Love it. All right. For people applying from overseas, how should we approach speaking about visa and work permits?
So there's two things now. A lot of companies are letting you work just from where you are because everything's remote. And so you would just become like a consultant. So you'd be billing them instead of becoming an employee of theirs. So that eliminates that. And then secondly, if you do want to work in another country, you guys are at the peak opportunity, because everybody wants the youngins, like everybody wants the under 30. So you would have no problem getting a visa anywhere in the world. So yeah, don't be afraid, do it.
And let me ask you something, Sherry, since you mentioned age just now, which I do believe one of the biggest, there's a lot of biases, and some of that comes with age in all fields of work. So what about age limits? Is there anything that anyone, because talent is talent at the end of the day.
Right. I think what makes if it's somebody that's more senior in their positions, what's really important is to keep abreast of technology and keep abreast with what's happening now and today, because that is what ages you, not your age. So understand, it's not an actual age figure number. It's when you are, like my father's in his 80s. I make sure, like, I know people that can't even internet bank, and my dad can do stuff that and it's because I've made sure that he did not fall behind when it came to technology. Because if you do that, then you're just so lost. I had to be visiting, and they were like in their 60s and didn't know how to use, just like voice record. Like, you have to be abreast. You have to be on top of the new technologies, always be learning, always be educating yourself. And there's no reason for anybody not to know these things because of YouTube. There's nothing we can't learn. And school, of course. school is like number one, but
Totally. Another question. Why does recruitment from companies take so long, sometimes 3+ months?
Yeah. I don't know why it would take 3+ months. I think what ends up happening is companies, they hire somebody. And if it's taking 3 months, it's because they hired somebody and then now they're having that position open again, or a different position in that department. And that's why you're just filling another probably position. That's why it's taken 3 months. But it should not, and you shouldn't be afraid to follow up. And if they don't respond to your follow-up, then that's that's just a bad candidate experience. And is that a company you really want to work for? It's their loss. Next. Sorry, that's how I see it.
Sherry have this next thing. I'm not always next.
Yeah.
I'm like, maybe that's the question. Maybe what you need to do is follow up and reach out and find out. That's maybe it's not only the question you should have asked, but maybe when to ask. So maybe asking that question is when they didn't follow up, and you call them back and
but sometimes people do follow up and they don't respond because they're just so busy. But
it's so easy.
It's
like you're in the middle of production, you've got deadlines to meet, and it seems like if you're on the other side, you're like, oh yeah, it takes you like 5 minutes to respond to an email. How rude. But like when you're in the middle of a production, you're sweating bullets, and like your server's going down, and you've got someone working on it, but you're producing and all that kind of, like, you might not be able to get it. It's not because you're a mean person or you're like you don't want to respond. It's just like it's not on your height of priorities, and you probably have like 20 emails that are all like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. But then I would say to those people, they need to pass it on to a coordinator to get it done, because it is a bad candidate experience, and that person will want to reach out to you. That will be in their head, because like it is like literally, I know, reach out to this person, and it's only fair, especially if somebody had the decency to come and spend 30 minutes with you and like speak to you, it's just you should follow up and say something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm just going from an artistic perspective. I know I've been on things where like
Yeah, I
the
know.
emails have gotten caught up, and like it's been 2 weeks before I've emailed somebody back and been like,
2
I am
weeks
so
is
sorry.
As long as
Like,
you do it, 2 weeks, a month, whatever, just as long as you do it, just don't.
and it can go into the junk mail too. Like
Yes.
that's another thing, is like, and sometimes, you know, you're not
Grayden,
as
don't worry, we're not picking on you.
no, I'm not. I'm just like, I want people to know, like, you should follow up with these people.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
It's a
And
thing, and it happens to everyone. And I think we're also all really bombarded by just physical, well, quote unquote, physical email. Like it's just becoming a lot to handle. So I also feel that people are a little bit, I mean, as much as people are like, you know, changing their lives and they're fed up with this and that, I also find that on the flip side, a lot of people have become more compassionate on certain levels, like late stuff, showing up late, being late. Professionals on the highest level, like we're at home and their baby's crying and their dogs have to go out for a poo, and you're getting like a million, you know, emails that you want to unsubscribe, but you haven't found the time to unsubscribe.
Yeah, no,
You know?
totally. I can speak to that. Like I was doing the tech checks with Guru, and like my mom had come over to look after our newborn, and my wife was taking a nap, and then the baby started screaming, and we're just at home. So it's like they could just hear this baby crying in the background. And I'm like, it's okay. She's like, she's just hungry. My mom's gonna grab, you know, wake my wife up, and she's gonna have like but that's like the new reality that we're living in, you know?
It is. You know, everybody's more understanding of that stuff. They're less understanding with road rage. Like
I've hardly driven at all in the past 2 years. My mileage on my car is so like I could sell it now for more than when I bought it as a result of that.
Yeah. That's funny.
It is. It's just, it's crazy.
I'm just curious. Are there more questions? Anybody?
No, we've got a lot of viewers, but no one's been asking these hard questions.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, ask the question you're thinking, but are shy to type it in.
Make another account. Make a fake account if you don't want to be the person asking the question on Gmail. Be like Animator4268 in Toronto, even if you're in Vancouver, and ask the question because we want to know.
And we have 3 giveaways. We have 3 $25 Starbucks cards we're going to ask 3 questions, and they're going to, I don't know how we're going to get
do it.
How are we going to capture their names and their information to get it?
I right on this side. I can
Okay,
do
perfect.
but depend how are you going to run it? How are you going to run it? I'll help manage.
So we're going to ask 3 questions, and somebody has to whoever answers it, they answer it, and if it's right, they get a gift card.
So the first person who gets it right?
Yes. So there's 3. So there'll be 3 questions. The first person.
All right, I'm watching the comments.
Okay. So is everybody ready? Everybody got their fingers ready? What's that noise? Somebody's.
I know. Me too. I'm hearing it.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Is someone typing on their keyboard?
No, I don't know. Can we hear them? Okay. Perfect. Okay. So number 1 question. What part of the page is the most important part of your resume? Does anybody remember?
I do. I'm not qualified.
You have to wait for them to answer.
I know.
Yeah.
First third.
Anna, that's right.
Oh, now we're getting him in. Yeah, Anna takes it. Then we had Tyler, we had Oraline, we had Demetrius, and then we had Patricia.
Okay, awesome. So Anna was the first person that popped up.
Anna was the first. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
How does she get her reward?
So I need to get her email. Okay, how about I give my email? It's Sherry@SourceNerds. So SHERRY@sourcenerds.com. So Anna, if you could, and then the other 2 people too, they'll need that.
Do you want me to type it in the comments or
email?
Sure,
please. Yeah, Sherry@sourcenerds.com. So the next question is, everybody ready? The next question is going to be, what was the question I said that everybody should answer at the last interview question? So what is the question that everybody should ask as the last question in the interview? And it's going to take a while to write down, to type in. And then we have to see who it pops up. What's the last question you should be asking in the interview? Clarifying question to the interview. What does it say?
Why might I not be suited for this job?
Yes, yes. Who said that one?
Tyler.
Yay.
Oh, and then there are other people who are coming. And then Ryan and Demetrius saying,
Tyler was the first.
You got a lot
right?
of people paying attention. Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad. Okay.
All right, Sherry, I'm popping your email in.
Awesome.
So everybody's watching.
So Tyler and Anna, please send me email at Sherry@SourceNerds. It's in the chat. And so one last question. Okay, so one last question. And the question is, question is, what should be, instead of an objective at the top of your 1/3 of your resume, what should be filled in that section instead? What's the top 1/3 going to consist of your resume? Let's see.
Instead of
an
the top 1/3.
Yeah, because I said an objectives outtake. Yes.
Summary.
Skill section or summary. Yes. Okay. So who had it first?
Tyler
again.
Tyler takes it again.
Tyler gets it again. Quick. Awesome.
Now, are you giving double prizes, or are you sharing it to the next person who got it because Tyler's already got one?
So should we do that? Okay.
Yeah, I think we should. Sorry.
I feel bad, but at the same time, I feel like it's fair to share.
So it would be Ryan.
It'd be Ryan.
Ryan
Maman. MAMAN.
So Ryan, please, Sherry@sourcenerds.com. Send me an email, and I will make sure you all get your $25 coffee gift certificate.
Amazing. And Tyler also says, absolutely, maybe give it to the second person.
We should have clarified that. Okay.
Yeah, we should have from the start. The rules were not clear.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Tyler, for being such a good sport.
So, Sherry, I have a question for you that I would be wondering if I was someone on the other side of the screen and was maybe like, can they reach out to you, or to like, how can they, if they want, if they're a candidate for something, how can people reach Source Nerds?
Yeah, for sure. You can reach out to me. My email is sherry@sourcenerds.com. If you are having a hard time finding a job, or you want help with your resume, if you want somebody to look at it, no problem. I'm always happy to help people. Reach out all the time on LinkedIn, and that's what we're here for, here to help. Yeah. And let me just tell you a little bit about Source Nerds. We do not work on contingency. So we are consultants. We get paid by the hour by our clients, and we source multiple positions. So we don't work like other agencies where when you get the job, when somebody gets hired, then they get a percentage of that person's salary. We don't work like that. We get paid whether you get the job or not. We are just consultants helping them with their recruiting, their sourcing, helping organize their recruiting. And yeah, that's what we do.
Fantastic. We've got some more questions coming in from the viewers here.
Yeah.
I'm a visual compositor and animator with more than 10 years experience in Brazil. Which are the best paths to expand my career internationally?
So what I would do if I were you is I would apply to positions that you see on LinkedIn for whatever it is you want to, what sector you want to go into, whether it's animation or compositor. And I would apply to international companies everywhere. Like, think of where the biggest animation sectors are. So it would be Toronto, Montreal.
Paris is busy.
Paris is huge. Yeah, we're going to be at Cannes and Annecy. Source Nerds is going to be, and Anime is going to be at Cannes and Annecy for that festival, which is the largest.
Yeah. So so essentially, really
Indonesia.
Yeah, it's a global market. So when you're in Brazil, I mean, there's so much great Latin American and Brazilian. Actually, the best music video 2020 was a Brazilian short. I forgot the name right now. It was One Note Something. It was a beautiful animated animated music video, and it was a Brazilian. So I think it's actually really cool to be from somewhere else.
And if there's a language barrier and maybe you didn't speak English, then think of like Spain is one of the largest growing animation industries currently right now. So just think of other places that may, if you're in France and you may want to come to Montreal. And so if you're worried about language and whatnot, then that may be something to look at is like, okay, Brazil, you could go to Spain maybe for a little bit or, yeah.
Next question. Graduated in animation in Brazil, newcomer to Toronto, no experience in the animation industry, making a career transition. Do you think there are opportunities?
Yeah, for sure. So you graduated in animation, but you don't currently do animation and want to get back into it. And did you go back to school? And that may be a thing is maybe take some more courses because I don't know how long you've been, 10 years, I think you said, right? So you may want to if you didn't keep abreast with your skills, you may want to start taking courses part-time at one of the schools to get back into it and make some connections in the industry. But yeah, for sure they'll want to, contact me and see people like me and see if, somebody's, there is so much work right now. Like we said, nobody should be unemployed. There's so many industries.
I think the key thing in terms of especially if you're creating, if you're part of you're really on the hands-on, anything manual, computer related, unless you're I don't know, dealing with plasticine and building models from hand scratch. But I think the really important, crucial thing is to really, as Sherry's saying, it's just so clear, it's so obvious. It's just aside from your amazing talent to draw, you really need to know your software. Whatever is current and most used, get to know it. And if you have something else, just find out how you can merge your skill set into what is really moving forward and stay on top of your technology.
Yeah, for sure. You should always be learning, always. A certain percentage of your day should be always learning, reading, just puts you ahead of everybody else.
Next question. Is it better to reach out via LinkedIn or email if we want someone to review our demo reel or resume?
Do both. Not everybody's on LinkedIn, so it may take longer. You can usually tell when somebody's on LinkedIn because it's green, but not everybody's looking at LinkedIn. Not everybody's an active user. I mean, I live on LinkedIn. It's like the only force of communication. I literally lived on LinkedIn, and I think so. I would send, if you have that person's email, then for sure you should send it to their email as well.
Very good. All right, and then final question for an amazing talk by both of you. What do recruiters look for in an art test that you don't see in the portfolio, and how many art tests are being sent out to the artists usually?
So, I'm not a fan of art tests, and I think that companies are getting away from testing. So I think if a company asks you for a test, I would, before the test, it's kind of have an interview with them first to see if it's even a place you want to work for before you take your time to do a test.
I can interject, and I have a completely different perspective of that because we actually had to hire a small team of animators working with Ryan Larkin.
But that was a long time ago. Now is a different time.
No, I don't.
Now is a different
time.
That's
why we're partners.
We tell each other.
Right?
You're wrong.
Right? Seriously.
No problem.
It's really key, especially in 2D animation, because at one point, who's directing the film? What's the intention of the film? Who's your market? Even if it's a short, and you're oh, it's just a short. Those are those are super important right now in the milieu for many, many reasons. Even if it's just a calling card, I still feel that your hands, and if you're that kind of artist, first of all, let's be clear, not everyone is that person who's compelled to draw, but they're compelled to create experimental digital optical images and make amazing NFTs and become super rich overnight. Go away. But when I was working with, and you could say it was a long time ago, but it doesn't matter. These were kids right out of school, and they were dying to work with, Ryan or, and this is not so long ago. I mean, the Ryan film was made on Maya state-of-the-art stuff, but we required very specifically hand-drawn because it was a special project, yes, but I don't think that that's indicative entirely, because I think, you know, we don't
When I
want to
say when I mean a long time ago, I mean pre-COVID.
We don't.
Pre-COVID, before everybody was able to work globally. That's what I mean. Before a long time ago, like I mean.
No, but I mean these art tests were being done. I mean they were being delivered to me digitally. I mean it was remote anyway. I've been working remote for a long time. And
you have, yes, but other studios have not.
So no, but okay. So what was the question?
Exactly. So my answer to that is, you're new to this. You need to, like she just said, you know, you need to know this, you need to know this, and to know that that is an interview. So they should be interviewing you, finding out if there's a fit between both of you. It goes both ways. And then you could say, okay, I'm going to take this time to do this test for you. Like you know what I mean? It's a give and take. So if you can easily do the test, but I would figure out if that's some place you want to work for before you start doing all these tests.
But to me, it might be something much more simple than that, Sherry. Just to say, like a line test, like it's a simple drawing a few images for something that will be a sequence of about 3 or 4 seconds. And most animators, let's just say certain types of animators, that's what they do first, and that's what they know to do. So you got to see the line clearly through the paper. I'm talking 2D, but that all still is very inherent in everything that's going on, and there has to be an understanding of that. So I think I feel that's also important. So if a big company or a small one says, I want a line test, that's what I assume that's what they mean by the art test.
I think there's all different type of tests. Like there's 3D tests, there's VFX tests, there's all different types of tests. Yeah. And some of them take a long time. It's like, it may take a day's work. It may take a day's work, you know.
Oh, so. And more, sure, for sure.
Totally. Yeah. Well, we've had a bunch more questions come in.
So I saw that one where it says, "Are paid artists on industry standard these days?" Are paid artists
an industry standard? Like, are artists paid? Is that a standard thing in the industry today?
You mean for the test? Yes, some companies do pay for the test.
I think maybe that's what they mean. I was wondering if they meant like just our artists just like assumed to like not be paid and just volunteer all their time.
No, you have to be paid. You have to be paid.
Yeah, 100%.
No, yes, some companies do pay for an art test because it is your time.
And you know, sometimes regardless,
and because studios are so desperate right now for people. Sorry to say that they are desperate for people.
Mm-hmm.
They should be meeting you before you, because you have lots of options. Lots of studios to go to.
Fantastic. Well, Sherry, if you have a chance, pop onto the TAAFI YouTube page, answer some of the other questions that have come in. Okay. We've got to go to break because I need to go and grab some lunch before we go back into the live stream for TAAFI and the job fair. But thank you so much, guys, for imparting your wisdom, your knowledge, and sharing with everybody here during
No problem.
the TAAFI job fair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Take care, guys. All right, and now we're going to go into the studio sizzle reels that we're going to play during the break. So take a look at these studio sizzle reels, see what the different studios are producing, and then head on back over to the Discord server and talk to the studios that you want to work for. Thanks to all our viewers, and we'll be back shortly after this break for lunch.
Everyone ready to get started? Ready for takeoff.
This is gonna be fun. TAAFI, please share your wonderful wishes with me?
Welcome to the House of Cool.
Des cornichons, de la moutarde, du pain du beurre, de petits oignons, des confitures et des œufs durs, des cornichons, du cornet de bif et des biscottes, des macarons, un tire-bouchon, des petits beurres et de la bière, des cornichons. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait, elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ombres-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, là. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait, elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ombres-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, la mayonnaise et les cornichons, le poulet, les biscottes, les œufs durs et puis les cornichons.
Well, folks, we have another action-packed afternoon for you guys with all the different studios that you're meeting with. We're doing interviews throughout the day. We've done a whole selection at the beginning part of the day, and we're doing another selection in the afternoon. So the next one that we have coming up is Mars, which is monsters, aliens, robots, and zombies. But before we jump into that, we've got another intro from our favorite introer, Jonathan, and he has some subtitles for us. Hello, and welcome to the show. How you doing?
Great. Hi, Grayden. How are you?
I'm really good. And, I got to say, I looked at your studio reel, and I was super impressed with what you guys are doing. The visual effects, phenomenal. Now, did you get to actually talk to Paul Bettany during any of the filming?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, no, it looked the visual effects on that was just phenomenal.
So if we do get a chance to talk to any of the actors, I'm going to make sure that I grab that opportunity.
Oh yes, so cool. I know in the VFX you don't normally get a chance to actually talk to them because you're not on set. The stuff's been filmed, it's given to you, and then you make it look incredible. So just for like reference, what are some of the top shows that you've worked on over the past 2 years?
The latest that we have worked on would be a Marvel series known as Moon Knight. And there are a couple of Marvel series that we've already worked on. We have worked on WandaVision as well. We've done some work on Spider-Man. We mostly do TV series, but there are a couple of movies that we do make exceptions for. Spider-Man was one such exception. We have worked on The Umbrella Academy. We are
so cool.
We keep going back to that series again and again. And Watchmen was one of our first series that we took up as a studio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
those were revolutionary effects back in the day. That was that's a gorgeous film.
Yeah.
Well,
interestingly, we did have one of our co-presidents, Lon Molnar, happened to have worked on the movie The Watchmen, and then as a studio we got to work on the series The Watchmen. So
sorry, I was thinking the movie. So that was
we did it all. Well, anyway,
you did it all. You've done it all.
Yeah.
So maybe should I play the show reel now just for our viewers so they can see like all these different things like WandaVision, like we're referencing at the beginning there. All right, let's do it. Let's roll it. Here we go. We're jumping in. such a rush. That stuff is so incredible. Also, Shadow and Bone, one of my new favorite fantasy series. I saw the show and then I read all the books.
Awesome. It was amazing working on it. Was one of the more challenging shows for sure, but great work.
Absolutely. So speaking of that, now people have an idea of like what your studio does. What roles are you guys looking to fill right now at your studio?
At this point, we are looking at filling multiple positions. We are looking at filling, having more technical artists on the team. These would be across different departments. We're looking at having them help teams troubleshoot the more day-to-day issues with tools, for example. So we have multiple openings there. We're looking for riggers, senior, intermediate, looking for riggers, looking for a bunch of compositors. And beyond everything that we have advertised on our website right now, our team is always looking forward to meet artists who are looking to, hey, hello, studio, I've worked on such and such thing. Do you think you have anything? And we could take that up and would love to discuss that with them.
Fantastic. And who do they contact if they're looking for a job with you guys?
We have an email ID. The first thing that I would suggest they do is go to the website and apply against a position that would be open. In case they do not see an open position, they can always write to us at jobs@marsvfx.com.
Fantastic. And how did you get your job there?
Well, I started at Mars when we were 40 people strong. So it was still a very word of mouth networking thing that was happening by then. And our now CEO, my boss, since I started, happened to get in touch with me about, hey, we are growing. We need an HR manager to start with us. Do you think you would be interested to chat? That's how I landed the job. And
amazing.
well, now we are about 250. So we're growing at a breakneck pace.
Absolutely. Now, do you find that hard? Are you guys having growing pains?
Yeah, nothing different than what most companies would have, but I'm not complaining about any of the pain. It is the kind of shows that we started with versus the kind of shows that we are working on right now, the caliber of the team that we started with versus what they have evolved into. It's all fantastic. So they're good growing pains, but yes, they are pains, but they're good ones. Not complaining.
Oh, awesome. And what's the culture like in your studio? Or do you have is it mostly remote now, or are you in person at all? Like, how does it work?
We are completely remote. We have, like I said, about almost everybody that we have on the team is working remotely. We have people from across 15 plus countries, I think. And we do not have plans in the foreseeable future to come back to studio at all. So yeah, we're fully remote.
That's incredible. Now, how do you handle the technology? Because I know to process what you guys have to process in terms of crunching the algorithms. How do you do that?
Well, there are two folds to it. Right now, our focus is on strengthening the technology team so that anything that is breaking, while we are obviously not sharing a desk space, can be addressed immediately. But beyond that, the department supervisors that we have, the leaders that we have, they're playing a major role in ensuring that things do not break while we continue to push working remotely. And leveraging on technology is everything that we have been focusing on ever since we went remote. So, but that doesn't take away from others, like, let's say, the whole of the production team that's doing a fantastic job in ensuring that everybody has everything that they need on time to deliver the projects.
Right. So people aren't having to buy $20,000 computers if they're wanting to work for you guys. That's perfect. Yeah, because that's always the scary. I have to invest in all this. I have to invest in all the software, and it may or may not work out. So you basically cover all of that stuff, even though they're working remotely. Is that right?
That is right, because most of the folks that we have on the team would be considered full-time positions with us anyway. We do work with freelancers, for example. So these guys would be the ones that have everything set up at their home. But for everyone else, you are using VPN to remote in and work on your system that's physically sitting in our office in Toronto. So you're remoting in, finishing your work, and then you log off.
Phenomenal. All right, we have time for one question before we have to move on to the next studio.
Perfect.
And the question is, hello, I'm a tracking and match move artist, and I was wondering if there are any job openings that fall under that category or similar to it.
We are currently interviewing. We do not have active positions in tracking and layout at the moment, but like I said, Julian, thank you for that question. Please do send us your profile. We would love to keep that on file and get in touch with you as soon as something opens up.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing a little bit about what you guys do, the roles that you're looking into, and good luck at the booth. Like, I hope you find a whole bunch of people and fill those roles that you need and continue to create phenomenal shows for Canadians and the international community.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Mars, for that. Next up is Nelvana / Chorus Entertainment.
And here we are with Ross from Nelvana. Ross, you're a superstar. You've done a lot of these chats. How are you feeling today? Feeling good?
Oh, yeah. Feeling really good, Grayden.
I love it. I love it. I feel like I have this.
Are we on yet?
We're just rolling into it because you're here and we've gotten so many questions from everybody that it's hard to like just fill it in. So I know we're starting a little bit early, but I figured, you know what, you're here and you're like a superstar. You're good to go. You wrote me like a thank you letter for the 50th anniversary, I think, that I've got here from Nelvana. So, you know, thank you for that. It's we're just living the life here on the live stream. So
great. By the way, is there any I have a PowerPoint deck. Is there any point in me using this, or do you want to use your much more dynamic Tonight Show persona?
Hey, I'm good for whatever you're feeling. Audience, we've like 33 viewers right now. What would you like? Do you want like PowerPoint? Do you want Saturday Night Live? Do you want a sketch comedy show?
We can do the PowerPoint very quickly, but it sort of sets the framework of things. And we only have what, like 3 minutes?
Yeah, you basically have 3 minutes to tell everybody everything about your studio, what roles you're looking for, and like how they can survive in the animation industry in Canada. So like, you know, it's a tight timeline, but I feel you can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it right now. So Nelvana, of course, is the age-old animation studio.
Oh,
hello, Kat.
Hi. Okay, you can.
And Catherine has just joined us as well here.
Okay.
And then and Ross, before you get started, we need to share that screen.
Oh, do you want me to share the PowerPoint?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I as much as I enjoy listening to myself talk, I feel like the audience is.
No, I thought you wanted to be more spontaneous, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you and Kat are gonna do a better job doing that, and then I'll jump in for the spontaneous point at the end.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I'm just going to move through this PowerPoint as quickly as I can because some of it is a little out of date, but it does serve to contrast what was going on 2 years ago and then today. Nelvana is located. The studio itself is located on a floor of the Chorus building down on Queens Quay. So we're right on the waterfront, and we came from a place in Liberty Village, which was, you know, post and beam, and was terrific. And I remember when we first got here, I thought it was kind of corporate, but it was also kind of space age too. So it was cool as well. And the great advantage of it is that you don't get brick dust in your keyboard overnight. So that's good. So typical workspace, I think we tend to give people a little more space, but now the point is that, okay, so it used to look like this with people working at workstations, and now it's quite empty. A place that used to hold about 250 people, crews across, 4 or 5 shows at any one time is now just me, and I think there's an animator somewhere on the floor. So essentially, Nelvana has, along with so many studios and organizations, moved to work from home, obviously for the pandemic, but also going forward into the future. Our basic premise for the studio is that you can decide where you want to work. You can work from home or you can work in studio. We also are going to try to make accommodation for people who want to go back and forth. But I think typically it's a little more convenient if you pick one. Otherwise we get into duplication of equipment and all that kind of stuff. But you'll have the opportunity to, come in for, say, 6 months at a time, and then work from home for 6 months at a time if you want to see what it's like on both fronts. Right now, though, the studio is pretty much empty because we're still in the stages of bringing people back and, trying to feel out what the pandemic is doing and what's appropriate. So right now, at Nelvana, we have a bunch of shows going. These are all the titles. You can see on the 2D side, there's 5 titles there, and as many as 5 additional green lights that we're going to experience over the course of the summer and into the fall, which would certainly break our record for most production going on at one time that we've ever had. We also have one 3D show going, and we're going to add another one of those. So we're going to have a 3rd season of Agent Binky, and then we're going to be moving into, a 3rd season of Agent Binky, and then we're adding another show to that slate on the 3D side. And these are images drawn from all the stuff that we're doing right now. I want to highlight Super Wish from this group, actually, and the Binky show too, because they both are sort of came from unique sources. Before I get to that, I'll just stick on this for a moment. Nelvana is, we don't do service work, so we either own the IP or we have partnered and have a stake in the IP, meaning the show itself. Like right here, we have Thomas, the 2D version of Thomas. Obviously, we're not the people who invented Thomas. That was done years ago, and it's now owned by Mattel. But we do have a co-production deal with them where we get some stake in the merch and some stake in sales internationally, probably. I don't know the exact terms of that deal, but typically that would be the case for an already established property. Super Wish, however, this guy up here in the corner was developed, created, I should say, by people from the studio. So it's an interesting and somewhat unique opportunity here at Nelvana in the sense that because we only work on shows that we've either created ourselves or that we are partnering with the creators, it opens the door to a pretty short route to pitching your show or your idea to our development team. So that's something, as I said, that's a bit unique at Nelvana because the development process is going on right here under the same roof or under the same umbrella. We're interested in your development. We have extensive training programs on a number of levels. The idea of developing your own original creative, as I mentioned, and we have a shorts program. So we actually have more than one, but we have one main one where we take pitches again from internal Nelvana staff who have an idea for a short. These are a little bit less of a commitment, but a great opportunity to get an idea that might not translate to 26 half hours. If you just want to, if your idea is more appropriate for a one-off short, we do about one a year. And right now we're in the middle of our 2nd, and we have plans for doing a 3rd and a 4th and a 5th, etc. But we have openings in our slate going forward that you could potentially insert your own ideas into. As far as training goes, lots of things going on. Of course, a lot of it and most of it is online, or I should say, when I say online, I mean almost everything is online now. But when I say online here, I mean pre-canned instruction, either videos or tutorials that one can go through. But we also have instructor-led stuff where you're actually in a group and working on projects, or not projects, but assignments from an instructor for, a commitment of, say, a week of business days, maybe on a subject like rigging in Harmony, or animating in Harmony, or doing something in Maya. We do have guest speakers as well. Sometimes we have people who are very established and talented storyboard artists coming in to just help people think maybe a little bit differently or add to their sort of thought process in terms of telling stories visually. And those are the sort of subjects that we deal with typically when we're trying to, develop people's skills, our rigging, animation, compositing. We have in the past offered life drawing. We don't have a life drawing program going on right now, but we do want to resurrect it. So that would be, again, an online activity, but a live model. And because we are under the Chorus umbrella, Nelvana that is, Chorus is a big company. They have a good deal of infrastructure with respect to training hubs and that sort of technology and just the organization of all that media. And we take advantage of that to offer a fairly well-guided and comprehensive place to go to see training videos. On the development front, as I mentioned, you can potentially talk to our head of development or the people in our development group to take an idea that you may have. The presentation may be in any form, and you can, they will help you marshal it through potentially to actually it becoming a show that we're making and is being sold to broadcasters. Of course, the Nelvana brand is young kids, preschool up to say tween. So that is generally the fare that we're interested in. We also have feature films in development right now, or a feature film in development, and we'll see how that spills into the studio. We'll see if the studio gets some exposure to that. So we have creators from Nelvana staff, Super Wish, that logo I showed you, and Major Mojo is another show that was pitched by someone in the studio. Another opportunity that came up was someone noticed we have a book publisher, Kids Can Press, under the Nelvana umbrella, and a lot of their material is on the floor here in studio, and one can browse their books, which are, generally kids fare. And sometimes you stumble across something that you think is a good idea for a show. So we had a director who pitched a Kids Can Press book and really had some interesting ideas about how to translate it into a show, and we pretty much gave him the keys to that production in terms of deciding how it would look, etc. And we did a couple seasons of it. And of course the shorts, as I mentioned before. The shorts are Nelvana short films. Most Magnificent Thing was our first. It was a 3D production, and we have Jelly in production right now. It's not entering production anymore. It's well into production. We also do guerrilla style production for AVOD, like YouTube. Toon Bops is an example of that. It's a bunch of music videos for young children. Again, the music was developed out of the music department at Nelvana, and then we put the visuals over top. And when I say guerrilla style, I'm just talking about the fact that it's much more spontaneous process. So if you're assigned to a show like that, you may be working in harmony shots without a net, without a Leica cut or anything like that. So you would be conceiving of the shot and building it on the fly, potentially. Any ways we can achieve shortcuts in that AVOD sort of production mode, we do it. And here are some of our partners. Now, here's an interesting one. Kat, maybe you want to comment. I don't know whether, traditionally it's been Judy Lung. Oh, sorry. It's been Judy Lung at Coruscant.com has been the email. We're sort of in transition away from that now. And Kat, if you want to comment.
Yeah, so I'm currently the recruiter for Nelvana, but I just started a couple of weeks ago. So we're transitioning from Judy over to myself. And right now, that's why we have Judy's email address on there. But we are going to have, we do actually currently have an email address that you guys can email your demo reels and your resumes to. That would be nelvanajobs@gmail.com. That may change in the future, but for now, that's what we're going with. So it's NELVANAJOBS@gmail.com.
That's right. I guess I can't highlight it. Okay, and here are some of the roles that we're looking to fill right now, or over the course. Either these roles are open right now, like in other words, we're looking for people immediately, or they are foreseen to be openings over the summer. So I can't necessarily comment on exact timing for each of them, but it is within that time frame that these positions should be open. And a lot of them, I believe, are like either right now or within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So
do you mind me reading that out, Ross? Just the
please
list?
do.
Okay, so we've got 2D and a Harmony Animation Supervisor, 2D Harmony Rigger, 2D Location and Layout Designer, 2D Character and Prop Designer, 3D Modeler Rigger, 3D layout artist, senior storyboard artist, and we're also hiring for a producer for series production and for a creative producer as well.
Right on. So that's the end of the slides. I guess I can stop sharing. And if Grayden wants to put on his Jimmy Fallon hat and ask anything.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys covered it. That was a very thorough presentation. It was very fast, very efficient. It's like, what do you guys do? What kind of shows you work on? I mean, I love the fact that you don't do service work. You work on original shows. You're producing your own IP, and you're also developing IP within your company. So if someone goes to Nelvana, they know that they can pitch it within the company, and it could potentially become a show that you guys are going to be producing, they could work on, and you can work your way up through all the levels of Nelvana, because as everyone knows, Nelvana is one of the largest animation companies in Canada.
That's right. That's right, Grayden.
And also, you know, both for recruitment and also for the show ideas, we do like we are trying to create more understanding of diversity and inclusion throughout the you know, the entire company. And so we would really love to hear from people of all different backgrounds. So LGBTQ plus geez, everybody and anybody. Like I can't even name it all. You know what I mean? Just anything that you can think of. You know, that movie Red just came out. I think that was an amazing depiction of our multicultural Toronto. And, you know, I think we really want to embody that.
Yeah, that's especially important, especially on the creator side of things, because we want to start telling stories that come from those communities that may not be represented on screen typically.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. BIPOC.
And if you want to, and if you want to take a look at that, Nelvana actually did like a chat earlier as a part of their 50th year anniversary about that and the steps they were taking to increase the diversity within the company and the creative that they're making there, which is really cool. So if you go to your YouTube channel, you can actually watch that on the Nelvana channel.
Thank you.
If you're watching right now, you bet. All right. So what would you guys say is the best way to approach Nelvana if you're looking for a job?
They can contact me, so you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm going to change it to Kat Thralkeld, but I'm under Catherine, Kathryn. My last name is Threlkeld. So you guys can reach out to me and add me on LinkedIn. I'm trying to see if I can set up an Instagram specific for me. We do have one for Nelvana. I don't know if they're taking recruitment specifically direct on, but like I said, I want to try to get my own there, so you guys can contact me through there. And then also, of course, the nelvanajobs@gmail.com is a great one to email us at.
Fantastic. All right, we have time for one question. Or Ross, did you have something to say?
No, I was pointing out the question.
Oh, perfect. All right. All right. It's from Dale. It says, "Hi, I have years of experience in rigging in Flash and now transitioning into Harmony. Does my Flash experience count for anything if I am applying for a position in Harmony?"
Well, I would say this, that I can't comment directly on how transitional or portable those skills are, how much Harmony is potentially, at least at the basic level, similar to Flash with respect to rigging. But I can say this, that the fact that you've been a Flash rigger and been working to build assets to be used by animators certainly gives you a leg up. But given that you don't have Harmony experience, as a rigger, I would suggest that you do some tutorials, and we would likely give you a test, like a character to rig, and you could show us your stuff. That we would certainly do that. And then with respect to whether we want to, let's say you did demonstrate a certain amount of lack of technical knowledge of Harmony, we would have to at that time decide whether we have the capacity to bring someone in who is that green into our rigging department. It would depend on the situation at the time, but we're certainly interested in people who are interested in the process and want to build those skills. Building those skills, though, at least initially, will be probably a little bit in your court in terms of some initiative, I guess.
I did want to throw out something too that's kind of like completely not super related, but we do hire, like basically when we greenlight a show, we hire contract positions for the animation departments. And when we do that, if the contract is 12 months or longer, we do provide benefits for that. So I just wanted to throw that out as something that was a great thing that Nelvana's doing.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We should wrap up. Any other benefits to working at Nelvana that you guys can just rhyme off before we move on?
It's a casual environment. That right, Ross? Sorry to jump in, but I just wanted to say
No.
the dress code because people have been asking me all morning. Dress code is super casual and fun, and we've got the work from home option as well as the benefits for those contracts. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, I was going to say that you don't have to dress up any better than I am right now. Also, that I think we are pretty flexible. We try to. I mean, we have this notion of the future of work. So the pandemic has forced us to adopt certain practices, and we are trying to make it as flexible as possible to work to the benefit of themselves, their own lifestyle, etc., as long as they're delivering what they're supposed to deliver. So that is our goal. I think a lot of people are switching to that. But we have a mandate to stick to it, even after, Omicron is in our distant rearview mirror.
Fantastic.
And
Well, that'll definitely make it more comfortable.
What we said in the beginning too, I think is really important about those creator stories, that we encourage employees to come to us with those stories. So I think that's a huge perk.
Yeah. That's right.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I know you're going to jump back over to the Discord booth, and everyone that's watching, please head on over there, talk to these fine folks. They've got animation jobs for you. They're a great company to work for. And we're going to move on to the next one. But thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're so right, Adam. Oh, hi. Thank you for that, Nelvana/Chorus Entertainment. Next up, we have Wild Brain.
Alex, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Grayden?
I am really good. I'm very happy. This thing is going, I knock on wood, it's going very well so far, which is, you never know with a live stream how things are going to fly, how the schedules are going to work, but it's, you know what, we're doing it. And we're working with 14 to 16 different studios. So
let's see how smooth it's going when I have to share my screen. We'll see.
Well, I've got your sizzle reel in my back pocket over here, so I can play that anytime you need.
I was actually hoping we could start off with the sizzle reel and just get everyone into a flavor of what Wild Brain's all about. And then I'll jump into my PowerPoint.
100%. Let's roll it.
Next up, Austin Speedway! I'd rather drive!
And the next big name is Strawberry Shortcake!
I'm pretty sure this is exactly where I belong.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is Alex Goodman. I am the Senior Manager of Talent Acquisition at Wild Brain Studios. Really excited to be at TAAFI. Thank you, Grayden, and everyone who has done such an awesome job kicking this off. So I have a bit of a presentation to tell you a bit more about Wild Brain, what we're all about, and hopefully answer a couple questions. So I will now share the screen. Let's see. Got it. Okay.
Always, you never know how it's going to go.
Done so many of these, and every platform's a bit different, but it seems like that worked. Okay, great. So,
all right.
So we're really excited to be here at TAAFI today because Wild Brain Studios is primarily based in Vancouver. We have our primary head office for the content production studio in Olympic Village, Vancouver, but we do hire roles in Toronto. And I don't know that enough people know about these opportunities. So we wanted to kind of showcase to all of you what we are doing in Vancouver and in Toronto and beyond. And we're looking forward to sharing more about this today. So I'll kick off with a little bit of the evolution of Wild Brain and how we got here. So we were formerly known as DHX, founded in 2006. Over the years, acquired many brands and companies, including Caillou, Teletubbies, In the Night Garden. 2013, notably, we acquired Family Channel. And then in 2014, a 3D CG studio in Vancouver. We also acquired a 2D studio called Studio B. So that was when we became a 2D CG animation house in Vancouver. We built a custom-built animation studio in 2017, then acquired one of my favorite brands of all time since I was a little kid, Charlie Brown, and also Strawberry Shortcake. So in 2019, we did a rebrand and are now known as Wild Brain going forward. So we had more content that launched on Apple TV Plus. And then 2020, well, we all know what happened. We all transitioned to the new normal that is COVID and the pandemic. So our entire workforce was basically transitioned to working remotely. A bit of the ecosystem that is WildBrain. So I work for content production, WildBrain Studios, and that's our animation house. We have anywhere around 1,000 employees working in our animation studio and 12 to 16 animated productions on the go at any given time. So it's a huge team here, but there are other branches of WildBrain as a whole that kind of feed each other and support each other. So one example, so we have our YouTube division that's based in the UK. Then we have our consumer products and licensing group and toys and all of that. Anywhere that you see Snoopy on a pair of shoes or something like that, there's some connection to us. And so what makes that cool is that at the animation studio, we would produce potentially, let's say, Strawberry Shortcake, which we own the license for and we are developing and creating on our own. Then a Strawberry Shortcake toy is made. And then the stuff that we produce is aired on our YouTube channel. So it all can kind of feed each other and kind of prop up stuff that we're working on. So that's kind of our unique advantage. So a bit more about who we are. So we are an artist-driven studio, artist-centric studio. And we use that a lot. And some people are like, hey, wait a minute, I'm not specifically an artist. So what does that mean? You don't care about me? But no, that means that what we do is all in support of artists doing their best work and everyone being as creative as possible. So that means creating a healthy work-life balance, having a great culture, and a place where people feel included and safe to be their creative selves. So in that sense, it benefits all of us. So we've got awesome benefits. It's the best benefits that I've had at any company, RRSP matching from day one, great health and dental benefits that the vast majority of the premiums are paid by the company, mental health resources and extra time off during the summer. We get 4 days off in the summer months and a winter closure where we get almost 2 weeks off winter, and then really inclusive culture. I'm a member of the D&I committee at WildBrain Studios, and it's an awesome chance for people at all levels to really get to speak to different things that they want to see happening in the studio, different acknowledgement or challenges, and providing that feedback so we can continue to move that needle forward to be a more inclusive, more diverse company overall. And I think that impacts everyone in a positive way. And then we have, lots of great fun stuff that happens at the studio. But now that we are working from home, we are balancing that out with lots of remote events, chances to do fitness classes remotely. We have regular showcases where you can see what all your colleagues are up to on different productions throughout the studio, and virtual parties as well to celebrate like the holidays in the winter season. So lots of things. And then also pet-friendly studio, which is why I recently bought a golden retriever, and I'm very happy that I can bring him to the studio, and I have free babysitting when I'm there, so it's awesome. So here's a little pictures of our teams, really awesome people in Vancouver and in Toronto. And we do have a head office that is based in Toronto, so I wanted to make a note of that. So we've always had a presence there. And we have always done some levels of development and have hired people in Ontario and across Canada for many of our shows. And really, it just comes down to specific roles that can be outside of BC versus roles that need to be within BC. So for those roles that do need to be in BC, I will say we do support relocation and are willing to look at people who are interested in coming here. So do still apply if you're not located in BC for those roles. And then I'll highlight what roles are available for basically across Canada. So what we have in production on our 2D shows. So we have lots of Charlie Brown content. So the Snoopy show is one that we can talk about that we are working on right now. We've also been doing Strawberry Shortcake 2D shorts that are airing on YouTube and now going to be airing on Netflix as well. Polly Pocket, which you can find on Netflix. We were super proud, no pun intended, to be working on The Proud Family, Louder and Prouder, with Disney. So that has just come out on Disney+. And then we have some more 2D shows that are undisclosed at the moment. It is noted that we do shows in Harmony and Flash. So we do have, for example, Polly Pocket is being done in Flash, but Charlie Brown, all the Peanuts IP is Harmony shows. So we have a mixture. And with our recent Peanut specials, we implemented a lights and shadows team for the first time. So character lighting in 2D, which is really exciting. So it's cool to bring that into the pipeline as well now. So all of the roles that are highlighted in blue are opportunities that are outside of BC. So just highlighting that design, production, BG layout on color, 2D animation, compositing and effects, those are positions that can be considered outside of BC. So if you are in Toronto or Ontario or living elsewhere and not feeling like moving, these would be opportunities to look out for on the 2D side. Okay. And here are our current CG productions. So we also have two distinct pipelines in CG. One is Maya and the other is our new Unreal pipeline. So we're really excited to be working on that. So some of the shows in Maya we have Sonic Prime that's going to be airing on Netflix. We can't really show much of Sonic, but we're really excited. It's one of our highest budget, highest quality projects to date on CG. So we're really proud of it. And with that, we, for the first time, have implemented Houdini and Katana into our CG pipelines as well. So continuing to grow and evolve with the softwares that we're using. We have done many seasons of Blaze and the Monster Machines, and it carries on. So Blaze has been a great show for us. We are in season 7 right now. Go Dog Go, a hilarious, very cute show that's been airing on Netflix. We are going to be working on more Go Dog Go this year, so keep an eye out. And then on our Unreal pipeline, we are working on some Strawberry Shortcake specials. They'll be airing on Netflix, so really excited about that. They're kind of going in conjunction with our 2D shorts that are all going to be launching. We are also producing in the Night Garden. We have several Lego productions, including Lego Ninjago, which is getting a refreshed look in Unreal. So really excited about that as well. And Fireman Sam. So opportunities in CG. So again, highlighting that we do have opportunities. I didn't put boards here because we don't currently have any storyboard roles open, but I would note storyboards is definitely a position that can be hired from anywhere across the world. But also we have production opportunities pretty much always on the go. We always have some sort of production opening. We have design and CG animation. So those are roles that if you're not in BC, you could be considered for. But we do have lots of these other roles that are within BC and starting as soon as now through the summer months. So modeling and surfacing, rigging, CG layout, lighting, effects, and show TD and pipeline technical kind of roles. In terms of our CG animation, this is a new area that we're branching into, is exploring having CG animation in the Greater Toronto area. So this week, we are going to be putting up a expression of interest posting because we would love to know people who are interested in working for WildBrain, working for our content production in Toronto. So please do apply if you have any interest, if not now, in the future, and indicate what your availability is, because we would love to kind of stay in touch with all of you and potentially work together in the near future. Aside from all of these roles, I should note we have great support departments that are also always hiring. So we have roles in IT, finance, editorial, on the talent team, coming work with me, and also in relation to D&I roles. And we just launched a brand new hiring system. So any applications are welcome because, again, you're going to get into our new database where it's going to be much easier for us to stay in touch with people and kind of contact you about upcoming opportunities that you might be interested in. Done a lot of talking, and now I'm like a little short of breath at this point. But thank you so much. This is the team. Grayden, how am I doing on time? Okay. There you are.
We're slightly over, so I think we have time for like one question to jump in there. But that was fantastic. You rocked that, Alex, and you kept your energy up through the whole piece.
Thank you.
So I'm going to throw the one question up we've got here. WildBrain, will you consider overseas animators, or should I get my PR myself?
We do consider overseas and relocation and immigration support for animators. The only caveat being it's typically going to be for a more senior role, so something like a lead or an animation soup, but we'd absolutely consider it.
Phenomenal. All right. And then in terms of the people they should talk to, who is the best person to talk to get the different roles?
I mean, I really would say following along with Wildbrain on our social media is the best way to find out about like announcements of new shows and opportunities, and then connecting with any of us really. And if you reach out to one of us and we're not the recruiter on that department, we'll just share you with the person on the team. We kind of shift around what we're working on quite often. So yeah, just any of us, anyone.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to squeeze one more in here from Lily Bean. I want to work in the production, but I don't have an animation background. I'm graduating from my undergrad in business this year. What skills would you recommend that I develop for this role?
So assuming you mean production management, one of the softwares that's really important is ShotGrid, which was formerly, now I can't even remember it. It used to be called Shotgun. So yeah, I would say brush up on and do some tutorials on ShotGrid, but yeah, really organization, people management, those are the kind of skills that are really key. So yeah, that only ShotGrid is the only thing that you would probably want to look into specifically.
Fantastic. All right, Alex, thank you so much for your time. Thanks to the whole Wildbrain team for joining us today at the job fair. Hopefully next year we'll be back in person, because that's always like, this is fun, but like in person is just like next level.
So much better.
So yeah, take care. We'll see you over on the Discord server.
Awesome.
Cheers.
See you there. Thanks, everyone.
Everyone ready to get started? Ready for takeoff.
This is gonna be fun! Let's go a little faster.
Hey, how's it going?
Wishing tree, please share your wonderful wishes with me.
All right, take her easy, Candace.
Yep. You got that.
Give our dreams their wings to fly. Gotta keep the fire burning, keep the hope alive. You gotta keep it turning. Feel the music from your head to your toes to your shoes. Kick 'em off and take a deep breath and shake off the blues. This is a brand new day that you can pave the way, because everything is possible. Shout and say, hey, hey, I gotta go and on it. Keep on pushing up and on march and move along. And good things all around now that I can see. And they said it wouldn't happen to me. Yeah, yeah, so take your hands, throw 'em up. You put 'em up high, clap it up and dance it out till you're ready to fly. Turn the music, turn it up just a little too loud. If you're alone, dance just like there's a crowd. And keep it going every day till the night. From when you first see the sun until the stars show the light. No, not a care in the world, not a word from me. I tell you, this is what it's like to be free. So lift me up, I'm moving on, singing and dancing while I play my song. Yeah, I'm having a good time, keeping it going. Come on and clap your hands and won't you sing along?
Big shot. Dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again, all again.
Since you tried to talk.
Welcome to the House of Cool.
On est parti samedi dans une grosse voiture, faire tous ensemble un grand pique-nique dans la nature, en emportant des paniers, des bouteilles, des paquets et la radio. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Des cornichons, de la moutarde, du pain du beurre, de petits oignons, des confitures. des cornichons, des cornets de bif et des biscottes, des macarons, un tire-bouchon, des petits beurres et de la bière, des cornichons. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait. Elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ouvre-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, là. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait. Elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ouvre-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, la mayonnaise et les cornichons, le poulet, les biscottes, les œufs durs et puis les cornichons.
All right, and we're back. Welcome back, everybody that was waiting there. We are here with Atomic Cartoons. They do amazing stuff all across Canada in the animation department. We have Mark here and Rachel. Welcome to the live stream, guys.
Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong part. I'm here for Crooked City, and I thought we were going on at 2:05.
Ah!
So sorry about that.
No worries. These things happen. All right, Rachel, so you're going to be back. You're signing in at 2:05, and then you're going to be going live 10 minutes after that.
Cool. Are you just going to, like, pop me?
This is your cameo.
Hey,
See you in a little
guys.
bit.
I have a friend in Atomic, so they are also cool. There you go.
I love it. All right.
All right. Awesome. Am I sharing my screen? I feel like I always need to ask that one. Awesome.
You sure are.
All right. Perfect. That is great. I have this little note so you don't have to read that. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. I am from Atomic Cartoons. So a little bit about me really quickly. I'm the talent acquisition manager. I've been with the studio now for 4 years, and I lead recruitment across all of our studios, so Vancouver, Ottawa, and LA. I actually originally started with the studio as a CG recruiter. And I will say that the studio has grown significantly over the past 4 years in my time there. We started with about 400 people, and I think now we're at a little over 1,200. So quite a bit of expansion, adding on 2 studios as well. So a little bit about us, because I feel like we are still a little bit new, especially to people on the East Coast. So the studio itself was founded in 1999 by 4 artists who decided they could probably do this all on their own and didn't need anyone else, and who have succeeded. Currently, pretty much all of our staff are working remotely. Our long-term plans for everyone is to continue offering the opportunity for everyone to work from home. We're going to have a bunch of different hybrid opportunities for those people who want to be in the office sometimes and work from home other days. And then we're also going to have some full-time studio opportunities for people who just want to physically be there all the time. Our Ottawa studio is located in Hintonburg. It does have staff located all across the province. I think we actually just had someone start who's in Thunder Bay, which was quite a distance. I didn't realize how far away they were. And we also have a bunch of people further on the East Coast as well. Our Ottawa studio is focused on 2D projects, although we do have opportunities for CG artists to work remotely with our Vancouver studio. They are on a case-by-case basis. There are some technological limitations and challenges, but if you are a CG artist, we still are absolutely looking to hear from you, and you can work with our Vancouver studio remotely. So some of our past projects that have been done out of our Ottawa studio, they worked on a portion of our series Last Kids on Earth. That was actually our kind of get started project. And they also worked on some Curious George features, including Cape Ahoy. The big thing for our Ottawa studio so far has been Pinecone and Pony. This is the first project that they've worked on entirely top to bottom, from design all the way through editorial. If you're interested in watching it, it is currently on Apple TV+. It is super awesome. It's based on a book by Kate Beaton, who has a really popular Twitter and a really awesome following, and she actually worked on the show as well. In terms of what's going on in the studio in the future, we have one unannounced 2D adult animated series that we are currently working on. We have an upcoming Nickelodeon project, and we're also going to be working on the 2nd season of a show called Teenage Euthanasia. And then we have a couple more projects that just aren't greenlit yet, so the studio is going to be super busy throughout the year, and we'll be hiring for all of these projects pretty quickly if we aren't already started. And then in terms of what we're looking for at the moment, we're looking for 2D Harmony animators, 2D Harmony compositors, and 2D Harmony effects artists. That being said, with a couple of those unannounced projects, we'll likely be looking for a full crew, everything from design, storyboards, production, layout, all the way down. But those projects are probably not going to start until a later part of the year. If you're interested in any of our current roles, please go on our website, apply there. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to recruitment@Atomic Cartoons. Pretty much all of those emails ultimately end up on my desk, and I'll reach out to you and give you a response. And literally any questions you have at all, please do not hesitate to reach out. And that's really kind of a lot of what I have here for you all. I am curious if Grayden, if there's any chance of me answering any questions, if anybody has them. That's definitely kind of a big thing for us, is if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them, and we'll give you the best answer that we can. That's really a big part of Atomic. We really want to be open with our communication and connect with as many people as possible. If you do join our TAAFI or Discord stream, we're just doing a regular Q&A. We have artists from the studio coming in throughout the day. Right now, it's one of our effects artists and our studio manager. If you want a very long career in a department that is super in demand and you like drawing, effects is a really, really awesome department. There is nowhere near enough people doing those jobs. It's really quite a challenge to find them. And they are a really, really awesome department, hand drawing everything and saving a lot of people when it comes to, if the hookup doesn't work right or something's wrong, just have effects put a little bit of dust in front of that and everything's perfect. So they are a super important department, and they get to do a lot of really awesome stuff. It's not just dust. They water, fire, lava, lasers, guns, anything like that. They're a big part of it, and they are super important. Awesome.
Absolutely. I remember taking a workshop from Joseph Galland, who's a fellow West Coaster, on effects, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, they're an awesome department, and definitely one that I feel like a lot of people don't learn a ton about in school, just because there's just so much to learn. that very oftentimes we're watching reels and going, oh, this person can really hand draw. I wonder if they want to do effects. And then I usually tell them, I'm like, there at this point in time may never be a time where you're jobless, because we're all fighting tooth and nail for every effects artist that exists. And CG shows right now are actually using a lot of 2D effects. So we've had a lot of CG studios reaching out to our people, and so those opportunities are definitely massive for anyone who wants to pursue that as an opportunity. And it's definitely something that people just don't consider out of school, because it's one of those departments that you're learning so much that it's a challenge to learn all that stuff too.
I've heard the same thing, and that the 2D effects artist can actually just draw something faster than someone could rig it in 3D. And so like you can go into the shot, draw it on, and you're done. Whereas like in 3D, you've got to do all this math and all these computations to make it all work and look right.
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it for sure. And I feel like lots of CG shows and lots of 2D shows, they're asking for it to look more 2D or look more 3D. So those like effects especially, I think, add to that realism as well. So someone asked, what other departments would we say are in high demand and not enough people doing it? On the 2D side of things, I would say it's really compositing and effects. Compositing is a really great department if you have a really good understanding of lighting. Like we actually find a lot of people who have a good understanding of lighting when it comes to design are actually really, really successful compositors. And it's not a department a lot of people think of, but it's super important. They make the shot look really amazing. A lot of the time people think of it as like slap comp, where it's just a template. You just keep hitting enter, you put the template on. But that's definitely really changed in 2D animation. It's definitely become a lot more of an artistic job. Some studios even have, compositors doing some painting on scenes. So it's not what people had traditionally thought of. On the CG side, lighting. You have so many opportunities. You can work on VFX, live action, features. There are tons of people doing it, but there aren't enough people overall doing it. So it's definitely a department that's always a challenge, just because you have so many opportunities. And someone's asking, for a Vancouver studio, do we take Ontario residents or is it BC preferred? We're really lucky with having both studios. Almost all of the time, we're pretty much able to kind of take it equally. We can have people from Vancouver or Ontario. The other direction is actually a little more challenging. Really, the only limitation to having Ontario people work on a BC show is some of the software can be a little challenging from a distance. You're sharing some pretty large files. So there are some things like that can present challenges. So comp and effects are two of the slightly more challenging ones, but we are working on developing workflows to make that really easy for our teams. And, people are really, if you're a talented artist, we're willing to pretty much work around finding a solution to have you join, just because there are so many shows and so many projects for people to work on that it's hard to find enough people.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing across the board. Like, how have you been finding the job fair booth you've been working at over the last little bit today?
Great. I usually use those as kind of just a chance for people to ask questions, for us to talk about the industry, and kind of give people a sense of like what it's like to work at Atomic. A lot of our artists are sharing, materials they find super useful, and I'm usually taking them myself and being like, perfect. Now when someone asks me a question, I have an example of this I can share. And then someone's asking about skill transfer. 3D artists make a better jump to 2D than vice versa. I think it's just because Harmony is a little bit closer to Maya. So we found a lot of people make that jump a little bit more easily. 2D artists make that jump, but often have a little bit more of a challenge than we found the CG artists have going the other direction.
Good.
Cool. I think I'm coming to the end of my time.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah. No, we've got just these fast little time slots.
Yep.
It's been like we've been jumping in. And so then Rachel will be coming back shortly, who joined us as a cameo on your show.
Awesome.
And we've got a couple words from Jonathan. But Mark, again, it's always great to see you.
Same.
You've got a positive attitude.
Same.
And you're just, bringing the animation community up and higher and making us do a better job.
Perfect.
And I know everyone's loving the job fair and loving the fact that we can give people jobs in animation, which is incredible right
Absolutely.
now.
Come join us. It's really great, and I'm really excited to talk to more people.
Perfect. All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Hey guys, how was that intro, eh?
I love that.
Beautiful.
So Leah, Rachel, welcome to the live stream for the TAAFI Job Fair. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. I mean, it's, oh my goodness, I'm new to Discord, so it's just been like all synapses firing all at once.
It's intense. So how many people have you talked to so far, do you think?
So we've got a few interviewers right now. So we have people who are talking to people who want to get into 3D, because that's how we deal with a lot of our backgrounds. We've got somebody who's talking to a lot of 2D animators as well. And then, yeah, we've got a couple of interviewers. So me personally, I've only been able to chat with a couple of people so far, but everyone seems really pumped and happy to chat through what people are looking to do. And there is a lot, everybody. I feel like there's a lot that is available, which is great and exciting. And excited, yeah, so awesome to see that everyone's still, passionate about animation. It's great.
I feel like the number of jobs in animation has just gotten like increasingly higher, especially during the pandemic. It was kind of like a boom time for animation, actually.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a career in animation, you can basically pick your way, and people will pay for you to learn on the job, which is what other studios have been talking about.
Yeah.
Do you guys do that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, almost like the best way to learn, really. It's, you really kind of just dive right in. And that's sort of the best way to do it, because I feel like pipelines too can differ so much, across productions and things like that. So it really isn't until you get introduced to your team and sort of figure out what the pipeline is. And depending on the production, like it could be handled so many different ways. So yeah, you really do learn, it's nice to have your base, skills, good foundation, and then you really just get dropped in there.
Totally, and you just run with it.
Yeah, shepherd through.
Yeah, yeah. Did you want to play do you want me to play your sizzle reel and have people take a look at the kind of visuals you guys are creating?
Sure, that would be great. And then once that's done, I can get into my spiel, and then yeah, we can go from there.
Love it. All right, let's roll it. There you go.
Well, thank you so much for that. I'm sure everyone who was in our waiting room earlier today, because I think that was just playing on loop, and so that'll be in many people's dreams and nightmares for a while. Anywho, hello to everybody. My name's Leah, and I'm the head of production at Crooked City Studios. And joining me is one of our newest hires, a wonderfully talented designer and animator, Rachel Simon. She's a recent graduate from Maximum College of Animation, Art and Design here in Toronto, and she can speak a bit about her experience working at our studio after my short spiel. We won't keep anyone too long today. So just a little bit of background. Crooked City Studios is a joint venture between Solace Animation, a boutique 2D animation studio here in Toronto, and we've been around for a while. So it's a joint venture between us and Jared and James Priestner, who is a creative team behind the Vancouver-based band Rare Americans. And since 2019, Solace Animation has animated over 15 of the band's music videos, which have amassed millions of views, which is cool. And this collaboration of music and animation has created a devoted fan base with a fervor for more content, and this audience continues to grow. So this year, we are currently producing a number of the band's videos. along with a short film scored by the band's songs, and it's slated for release in the fall. And, alongside this Rare Americans branch of content, we're also producing in-house developed content, which includes an 8x11 episodic series called Cricket City. You would have seen a lot of those clips in that reel there. You can peep the trailer on our website, which is cricketcitystudios.com. And we're also working on a feature film based on the band's widely successful music video, Brittle Bones Nikki. And so you can check that out on YouTube as well. So, we also co-produce and provide third-party service work on select projects like commercials and short films. And we have a development team that is currently building out our slate across various genres as well. So we're in the process of setting up a new production studio space here in Toronto at Queen and Ossington. And so we'll have people come in there once people are starting to feel comfortable and once it's all set up. And we're also able to accommodate remote and hybrid work schedules as well. Our studio is creative, led, and driven, and we pride ourselves in providing opportunities to collaborate with our artists. And we're constantly on the lookout for new talent in all of our sectors, from production management, pre-production, from boards to design, 2D animators, and 3D generalists. I think we're mainly, a tradigital studio. So not a lot of rigging is going on in our studio, but, we're always, with the collaboration with our artists, we're always looking for better and efficient ways to do things. And it's just a very nice collaborative process here. But a lot of our character animation is still being done in 2D, but our backgrounds and environment building is done in 3D. And some of our comping is done in 3D as well. So we look forward to meeting with a lot of you, and we hope to see you at our booth if you haven't signed up yet. And if you'd like to send us your portfolios, your resumes, you can email careers@crookedcitystudios.com. So that, I wanted to keep it short and sweet for you all. And so I can pass it over to Rachel now. She wants to take a couple minutes to chat about how she's been liking. I swear I didn't coerce her.
No, there was no bribing going on at all, I promise.
She can talk a little bit about her experience with us so far. Take it away.
Hi, so as Leah said, my name is Rachel Simon. I have been working for Cricket City Studios for a few months now. I was hired back in December, and I really love it. When you are someone who loves 2D traditional animation, I think we all know at this point that, it's not necessarily a job that you see a lot of options for outside of, effects and things or very small projects. So to be able to go into a studio where it's predominantly 2D character animation when it comes to that, as well as like a mix of a lot of different styles and a lot of really amazing projects. It's just been amazing. The studio itself, from my perspective, has been incredibly welcoming. It is very much like a very close knit kind of place. It's very chill, which is very nice. You're just you're able to really adapt. I found the adaptation to the studio very easy, which was something I wasn't necessarily anticipating as someone coming straight out of school. I thought there was going to be much more of a transition kind of period, but instead it was like I talked to Leah one day, we had my test, I got hired, and then next thing I know, like the next day, it's like, okay, we're starting you on stuff, go. And it was like, oh, okay, let's go. And that was really, really great to just kind of be thrown in the deep end and like just really like, nope, you're important. We need you. We're not like, you're gonna learn on the job and you're gonna figure it out, and we're gonna help you figure it out. And it was just a really, really good transition and a really good. For me, as someone who loves 2D, this feels like it was the perfect job to enter the field in, and the perfect people to enter the field in with. And I think that pretty much covers a lot of it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Oh, it's the truth.
Well, what's so great about our situation, like we are in a very unique situation where, rather than coming on, I know I mentioned we're working on a season 1 of a show and a feature. My goodness, those are 2 very big projects. But because we also have, like, a lot of our slate are these, sort of smaller piecemeal projects like music videos or commercials, it really does give us the opportunity to really get, new people who wouldn't normally be exposed to certain pipelines. And we're pretty open in our studio as well. So, communicating between teams is, it's pretty close knit. So, if you're designing, for example, not necessarily having to, work in a vacuum, we do want to be inclusive and bring everybody in and showcase what everybody's what everybody's working on. And I think everybody takes pride in everything that they're doing, and it really gives us the opportunity to get people like Rachel to just really dive into stuff. And I know that's what a lot of people want to do. So we're here definitely to help shepherd new people who come on to do that. And I just find our situation, we're very lucky here. So yeah, I mean, that's it for us. I don't know. I know some people might not have been able to. I'm looking at the chat, and I think maybe not a lot of people got to see the demo reel, but we have our website on there. You can see a trailer. If you look up Rare Americans online, you'll see a whole catalog of animated music videos. So you'll be able to sort of get the vibe there. But yeah, feel free to reach out to us. And we'd love to chat with you all.
Amazing job, guys. That gives you a full breadth of your studio, what you're looking at, what relationships you have, and what you're looking to do, which is really, really cool.
Awesome. Well,
so thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hey! Thank you to Crooked City Studios for that one. Next up, we have Jamfield.
And here we are with Jamfield. We have Lindsay. Lindsay, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. We're going through all the studios. We're asking all the questions. We're doing all the things. We're showing all the reels. It's it's a blast. It's a blast over here. I'm of course I'm missing out on the Discord server. Have you been over there?
Oh yeah, no, I've been there all morning. I just signed off right now to join here. Unfortunately, Mike won't be able to join us, but it'll just be me.
Mike, the superstar, is not able to join us today. Is actually you guys just inundated with people right now?
Yeah, I mean we've had a huge lineup all morning, and apologies to anyone who we don't get to talk to today. Please, feel free to send me a private message on Discord, and I'll make sure that we at least have somebody look at your demo reel or anything like after TAAFI today. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's come by so far, and to everybody who's patiently waiting in our waiting room. There's a lot. So
yeah, I mean, there's so many people that come out for these job fairs.
Oh yeah,
there are a lot of jobs. There are a lot of people that are looking for jobs, and it's so great to be able to provide this for the community, and just
for sure.
Also, yeah, just joining this, like, it's kind of like a celebration and kind of like a reunion at the same time. You're like, oh, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people I know and have met on email. So it's nice to like put a face to a name and chat with people one-on-one. And yeah, it's been a really great day so far. So yeah, and thank you for having me here.
Yeah, you bet. No, it's a pleasure to share with everybody. I've got your sizzle reel kind of queued up in the back pocket. Do you want me to play that for everybody so they can kind of see what you guys do?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
All right, let's roll that clip. Yeah, I mean, it's super cool. It really shows the breadth of what you guys do, the full range from like kids to adult content to everything, basically.
Yeah, we've got everything from like preschool. So right now we're working on like Bubble Guppies, for example, which is, for a very young age. And we've got, the mid-range 10 and above, I guess, if you're putting a number on it, for Loud House and like Casa Grandes and shows like that. And then everything through to like adult animation, like Final Space and Inside Job. And we've got some really exciting new things coming this way too. So keep an eye out,
Are they like 2D, 3D? What kind of jobs are you looking for the new things that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we are heavy on the 3D hiring at the moment, looking for everything from like assets, like rigging, definitely rigging, animation, 3D layout, 3D modeling. We've got like 1 or 2 open positions in modeling and surfacing. And then we'll be searching for lighters and compositors soon, all on the 3D side. Unfortunately, not too much on the 2D side at the moment, but not to say that there won't be in the near future. So definitely, as I said, keep an eye out because we've got some exciting projects in the works, and sometimes it's just a matter of timing with clients and that sort of thing. So.
Absolutely. And what's the culture like at Jamfield for anyone who's wondering?
Honestly, like it's been so great. I've been with Jamfield for about 1 year now, and I have been working from home the entire time. So it's been, like you would expect to kind of feel a disconnection from people, in pandemic days. But for the most part, like I have been wholeheartedly welcomed in by everybody. It's been really easy to like stay connected and get to know people even in a virtual setting. We've got like Microsoft Teams and Zoom in place, which I'm sure every studio does, but I find it, like I definitely feel connected to the culture, even though it's all been virtual, and we've got like random things that happen throughout the week or throughout the month that kind of break up your day, and you get to chat with other people who are maybe outside your department. So we've got like bingo once a month, which is always a good time. Mike Hunter actually hosts bingo sometimes, so I'm sorry.
Oh, that's awesome.
Here to talk about it more, but it's a good laugh. The studio's owned by a couple guys who were, they're artists, and they're goofy and they're hilarious, and they're just, that's very much says a lot to like the culture that we have here. So, and we are part of the Boat Rocker family, so we do have our corporate umbrella, but it does, Jamfield kind of works within its own entity, so we do still get that kind of like wacky old school animation vibe that you want to look for in a studio.
Absolutely, it makes it fun, and we've got some questions coming in from our audience here. First one is, for 3D rigging modeling, what would you be looking for in portfolios?
So for rigging, we definitely want to see like your breakdown, like where you're moving your characters or your props or whatever it is that you're rigging. Actually the same with modeling, we'd love to see like your wireframes and, your process, everything through from like concept through to like final project. We don't want to see like just the final product, and we want to see like the work that you put into it, and did you put enough wireframes where you need them like in the armpit or whatever, so like your character, when it goes like that, you can actually it can actually go like that, so I wish I could speak more to it. Unfortunately, I don't work in rigging or modeling, but I'd say, definitely, showing your process and showing multiple examples too. Like it's great to see like one really thorough example, but we want to see that, you're versatile and you can work on like lots of different things. So showing multiple examples is always a good thing, I'd say.
Absolutely. And second question, what do you typically look for in entry level or recent graduate applications?
That's a good question. I mean, definitely talent goes a long way, obviously. We want to, if you're applying to, it depends on like what position you're applying to. Like if you're applying to an animator position, we want to see animation in your reel. And if you're applying to a modeling position, we want to see modeling in your reel or your portfolio. So make sure you're applying to the things that like you have the experience in and the interest in. And make sure that your work and you're showcasing work that pertains to the position that you're applying for. Like if you're applying for a storyboard artist position, but only have design or animation in your demo reel, like a lot of the times you'll get passed over by a recruiter or by a hiring manager. And so you want to make sure that what you're submitting makes sense to the position that you're applying for. I would say, passion and a positive attitude goes a long way too. So if you get the chance to talk to somebody, especially today, I mean, today's a great day to like connect with people in the industry and just be like, hey, like I'm out here, I'm looking for jobs, I'm excited. So just being able to like show that you're like passionate about it and you've got like a great attitude, I mean, that goes a long way for any position, I think. And it's not always easy to show that on paper, but
No.
Which is why it's like a good thing to, like connect with people on LinkedIn, connect with people at TAAFI, connect, there's lots of events throughout the year with TAAFI and just don't be afraid to like put your name out there and make yourself known.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's unless do you have any other final words, or is that a good place to leave it right there?
You know what? Check out jamfield.com/careers for all our open opportunities. Looking forward to seeing applications come through, and definitely check out the Jamfield booth at TAAFI if you haven't already. And thank you for having me so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some more studio reels, and we're going to be back with Island of Misfits at 2:45. We'll see you at 2:45. All right. Take care, guys. See you in a bit.
Everyone ready to get started? Ready for takeoff.
This is gonna be fun! wishing tree, please share your wonderful wishes with me.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Kelly, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. You're from the Island of Misfits.
Yes, I am.
A fantastic little studio. Now, are you located out on the East Coast?
Yeah, we're in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Fantastic. What part of it, Halifax?
Right downtown Halifax. Our studio is right downtown on one of the main streets on Spring Garden Road. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, near the ocean.
So what kind of projects are you guys working on right now?
So we're a 3D studio. So we do all 3D television series. So right now we have a couple projects that just got greenlit. One of them is a preschool 11-minute series for a quite well-known property. And then we also do some of our own IP. So one of our first IP got greenlit recently. So we're working on that one. It's Little Stompers. You probably have seen it on our website. When you see our reel, you'll see some of it as well. It's the dinosaurs. So we're doing, I think, 62 5-minute episodes of that one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that'll be pretty fun. Yeah, so we've been, over the last couple of years, we've been doing a mixture of like the traditional 11-minute episodes, and then we've been getting into short form content as well, doing between like 1 to 5-minute episodes.
Very good. Now, you mentioned the reel. Do you want me to play the reel?
Sure, yeah.
Play
the reel.
All right, let's roll it. Woohoo!
Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah, so yeah, we have lots of fun stuff that we've been doing over the last couple of years. Yeah, we do a mixture of service production, so you probably have seen through there, Fireman Sam's one we've done, and we worked with Elliott Animation and Lucas, and we work with WildBrain on several other productions, and then a few of those on there are our own IP as well. The dinosaurs. We've been doing a lot of dinosaur development on for our own properties.
Absolutely. So what would you say the culture is like in your studio?
We have a really great culture. We've been lucky that we've had people working at our studio for many years. Even though IOM, the studio name is new as of 2018, our studio has been working together for 14, 15 years. So we have people who have many long friendships and working relationships. So we have a really great community, very collaborative, and it's it's a fun work environment. We do focus heavily on training and development. We take on people and give a lot of training and mentorship. So it is a great spot for people who have recently graduated to come in and join, because we do heavily focus on training and development. And we are a place where we like people to stay long term as well and develop with us. And we do promote from within as well. So people have an opportunity to move up to lead positions and supervisors and directors, or if they're interested in coordination and production management and producing, that's an opportunity as well.
Very cool. And we've got Mike in the green room. Should we bring him to the stage?
Yeah, Mike's our animation supervisor. He's also a director as well.
Hello.
Woohoo! Welcome, Mike. How you doing?
I'm well, and yourself?
Very well. Yeah. No, this is the final studio session, and then we're going to talk with like recent grads. So we're almost to the end of the day of the live stream. So I'm a little giddy, but yeah, I'm doing really. It's gone really well. It's been amazing to see all the questions and all the studios like yourselves join and answer the questions and help people and get directed to the right place to get the job that they need in animation.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah. Now, are those your kids' drawings in the background, or are those your drawings?
What are you implying?
I like the style.
Yeah.
They could go either way.
Yeah, those are drawings from both my daughters, actually. They're pretty old at this point, but I really liked this one. She did it when she was like 3 or 4, and it was like, holy cow, that's pretty good for like a 4-year-old.
For a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
I really like the tree, like the apple tree too. Like the proportions on that are pretty nifty.
Yeah, kids are pretty interesting that way.
Yeah. Well, I remember that one show that was created where it was like, I think the father made animations that are all based on his kids' drawings.
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah, those are really fun.
Oh,
yeah.
So cool. Anyway, I don't want to sidetrack you guys. You guys are talking about your studio and the jobs that you're looking to fill. So yeah, what do you guys have to offer for everybody?
So we're pretty busy right now. We had an exciting week. 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had 3 shows get greenlit all at once, all within the same week. So we're actively hiring right now. Some of the more urgent positions we're looking for are animation, lighting, and VFX. Our studio does do the full production pipeline. We do, design and storyboard and modeling, rigging, texturing, layout, animation, lighting, and comp and VFX. So all of those positions probably will come up during the year as well. So if anyone is interested in those departments, we definitely want to hear from them. But starting in May and June, we'll have animation, lighting, and VFX positions opened.
Very cool. And we've talked to a bunch of different studios. A lot of them are heavy on the 2D. You guys are in the 3D realm. So if you're watching this and you've looked at the other studios, this is a studio that you can come to and you're going to get that 3D training that you're looking for. And it sounds like you guys are also willing to work with them and have them kind of like move up through the company and stay long term, which is also really cool, especially with the housing prices out on the East Coast right now.
Yeah. Everything's going up. Yeah, we definitely.
Oh, you can blame the Ontarians.
Yeah. Thanks, Ontario. Again. Yeah, we spend a lot of time working with our staff for the most part. We've got a pretty robust training system in place just to really help our artists. Like in the end, I've worked at a lot of studios over the years, and this is probably one of the most consistent work studios I've encountered over a long time. And it's been that way for a long time. Like we have our peaks and our valleys like every place, but for the most part, well, the people who I met working here years and years ago are still around, really. And they started off as juniors and trying to teach them how to do basic blocking and posing and whatnot. And now they're awesome sauce and they're fantastic. And it's really cool. And just seeing that, like, the more you put into your artists, the more they give back to you. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And do you have hires that you've hired from TAAFI before in the past years?
Oh, I can't remember, honestly.
Yeah.
I barely remember the date.
Yeah, I think we have, for sure. We do hire a lot of recent graduates. We're definitely open to that. So there's been people, you meet hundreds of people at TAAFI. We always collect their information and collect their reel and then follow up with them after. And we can get in contact with them to further discuss our roles and whatnot. But yeah, no, it's a great opportunity to meet all the recent grads and people who have been in the industry for a while.
And do you work with people who are remote? One of the questions we've been getting is, someone lives outside of Canada, will you work with them as an animator or a compositor or a rigger?
Yeah, we have actually on our current animation team. We have someone who's located in the UK. We have a couple of people in Mexico, Barbados. I think there's someone else. So we are open to it. We do have to have percentage-wise, like a certain number of people in Canada, Nova Scotia, the way our tax credits are set up, but we do have room to have people on outside of Canada as well. We would have to hire them as freelancers since we're not set up as a business in different countries, but we can have them working with us.
Very cool. And what would you say to someone who's looking to work at Island of Misfits? What's like, one or two things that would just be like the best reason to come out there and hang out with you guys?
The best reason. You get to live in Nova Scotia, which is a lovely place to be, right? The people are nice. The place is pretty. It smells nice. Take that, Ontario. And honestly, the people that work at the studio are all really nice. Like, there's There's not really many egos kicking around. Everyone's pretty cool. We like to work together. We support each other. We grow together. You learn everyone's strengths and their weaknesses, and we learn how to complement each other pretty well. And in the end, like whenever we have artists leave, it's always heartbreaking, but it's always interesting to see how well they do in other studios. And our alumni typically kick ass at other studios dramatically. So it's a good place to be.
Right on. Yeah, for sure. What do you think, Kelly?
Yeah, no, I agree. We definitely have a really great work environment. Everyone, yeah, as Micah said, has been working together for a long time. Everyone is like close knit, really supports each other, and it's pretty fun. Even with the remote work, we still try to do events and socialize. We were a very social studio before the pandemic. We would be recognizing like any type of holiday, if it was like Pancake Day or St. Patrick's Day or anything, we'd be putting on some sort of celebration. Lots of wrap parties and Christmas parties. So a lot of people became very close outside of work as well. But we've been just trying to keep that culture a little bit as well, trying to do remote things and have different groups and gaming sessions and movies and things like that. Yeah.
Right on. And do you have like skill development, like life drawing classes that you offer for your animators as well, that kind of stuff?
To some degree. Usually we've got, or at least we did pre-pandemic, and it's still sort of a thing going on. We were doing things like, life drawing for sure. We were also doing acting training, technique lessons, a lot of stuff just to try and better everyone else. Or this person's got a really neat workflow. Let's give them the podium and do a little lecture on how they go about things and share that information that way.
Very cool. And speaking of workflow, what kind of software programs do you guys use?
Maya primarily. We do a lot of comp work in Nuke. We edit in Avid, Photoshop, Toon Boom, storyboarding. What am I missing, Kelly? I think those are the main points.
We've been getting VFX has been doing Houdini.
Right. Yeah.
Well. But yeah, we are a Maya studio. Most of our departments use Maya. And then I guess there's like ZBrush, some departments use stuff like that, texturing and
Very good. All right. Do you guys have any final thoughts before we move on and let you get back to your booth where all these people are trying to get jobs?
Yeah. No, I guess it was great. It's always great coming to this and seeing everyone graduating. It's there's lots of interesting people looking to get jobs, so we're happy to talk with everyone, and hopefully we can have some of them work with us in the near future.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing you guys like next year in person, so we can actually like hang out and chat and like get that kind of personable experience. But in the meantime, this has been fantastic. It's good seeing you guys again. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I know it's not going to be much longer, but enjoy it while you can.
All right. Thank you.
Good to see you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well, just another fantastic studio here at TAAFI. We are looking in terms of our schedule at a 7:20 p.m. start, or sorry, 7:20. I am losing my mind. It's a 3:20 p.m. start for the How I Got My First Animation Job, which is moderated by our chair, Barnabas Warnoff, who's a fantastic fellow. And so what that is going to be, it's going to be a panel where different people who got their first animation job are coming in, and they're going to talk about how they got it, and they're going to talk about their experience in the Canadian animation industry. And it's just going to be a fantastic talk. We do it every year, and it's one of the most valuable talks to listen to if you want to kind of see the different experiences that people have in the Canadian animation industry. And I mean, we're lucky because we have such a fantastic group of studios and people that we're all working with. So we're going to be back at 3:20. In the meantime, I'm going to play some more studio reels so you can see what everyone has to offer in terms of what they're working on and what you could be a part of down the road. All right, we'll catch you in a little bit.
ready to get started? Ready for takeoff.
This is gonna be fun! Let's go a little faster.
Wishing tree, please share your wonderful wishes with me. Just I strolled without a care, 'cause I'm going down the road to a brand new place, and I'll get there with a smile on my face, yeah.
Welcome to the House of Cool.
On est parti samedi dans une grosse voiture, faire tous ensemble un grand pique-nique dans la nature, en emportant des paniers, des bouteilles, des paquets et la radio. Pa-da-da-da. Pa-da-da-da-da. Pa-da-da-da-da-da. Des cornichons, de la moutarde, du pain du beurre, des petits oignons, des confitures et des œufs durs, des cornichons, des cornets de bif et des biscottes, des macarons, un tire-bouchon, des petits beurres et de la bière, des cornichons. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait, elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ouvre-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, là. On n'avait rien oublié, c'est maman qui a tout fait, elle avait travaillé pour nous sans s'arrêter, pour préparer les paniers, les bouteilles, les paquets et la radio. Le poulet froid, la mayonnaise, le chocolat, les champignons, les ouvre-boîtes et les tomates, les cornichons. Manger à la maison, le fromage et les boîtes, les confitures et les cornichons, la moutarde et le beurre, la mayonnaise et les cornichons, le poulet, les biscottes, les œufs durs et puis les cornichons.
What a rush. We've been looking at some awesome studio reels. We just saw the Max the Mutt Animation School reel. Thank you again to all the sponsors for TAAFI and specifically Pipeline Studios for being the presenting sponsor for this live stream. Now, all the candidates for this next talk, they're in the green room. They're ready to come on, but I've heard that John has one more thing to say about the grad panel. So I'm going to put that in and let you hear what he's got to say.
Stay tuned, everyone, because next up we have a panel full of graduates from animation programs, and they're going to be talking about how they got their first jobs in animation. So stick around.
And here they are.
Hey, welcome everybody.
Hello.
Welcome, grads.
Hello.
Thanks for taking part.
Hello.
Thanks for having us.
And thank you, Grayden.
You're welcome. You
Well
notice I put
done.
on my taffy toque. Just chilling now. All the hard work is done. You guys are going to take it from here.
You did a heck of a job. Round of applause and some comments in the live stream for Grayden. What a great job he's been doing.
Wow. Everybody, this like the amount of volunteer hours. We were talking about this earlier with the studios that go into like pulling this off. Trang is an amazing volunteer. Barney, of course, I don't know how you survive and hold a job while doing this, but you do. It's a miracle. So thank you.
2 jobs, Grayden.
2 jobs. I can't even. But I'm going to let you guys run wild and let the world know what it's like to be new animation students who've gotten jobs and are succeeding in the industry. What? Whoop!
Yeah. So thank you. All right, guys. So this is something that we do every year, and I've hosted it every year, strangely as well. But it's grads that are out in the industry, and we pull them back. We pull them back by the scruff of their necks, and we throw them on stage, and we say, "Tell us about how you got that first job." And it's great, and it's some people's favorite thing every year because people come from all these different colleges, and they're working in the industry, and you guys are the chosen ones. You got that job, and you have this insight. We're gonna milk out of you like an ox. We're not going to do that. There's no milking going to be done, but we are going to ask you some questions. So we're going to do a quick go around right now, see who you guys are and what you've been doing. Who I am, I'm Barnabas. I'm one of the founders and the chair of TAAFI, and I help put on all these crazy things with these fine furry folks. So let's start with the top next to me, Rachel. Who are you? Where are you from? And where are you working now?
Hi, I'm Rachel Simon. I'm from Toronto, and I'm currently working at Crooked City Studios as a 2D animator and designer.
Okay, great. And you've been there since you graduated, or where were you first?
No, this is my first job out of college.
Okay, fantastic. All right, let's jump over to Lori next. Lori, what's your story?
Yes, hi. My name is Lori. I am from Quebec, but live in Ontario now. I've been working at Durham College since I graduated 2 years ago as a teacher in the animation program. And I've recently started also a job on a project for a real estate company called Unreserved.
Hey, very cool. So you graduated, then you instantly started teaching?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. That's awesome. Let's jump now to Sanya. Sanya, what's the deal?
Yep. Hey everyone, my name is Sanya. I'm based in Toronto, and I'm currently a CG designer at Atomic Cartoons, and that was my first job right after I graduated in the industry.
Fantastic. And first job, so you're still at that first job. You haven't been fired yet.
Yep, I'm currently there. Yep.
Okay. Okay, good. Great. Thanks, Anya. Let's jump to Molly next. Molly, where are you
Hello.
from? What's the whole
I
story?
am from Oshawa, Ontario. I graduated from Durham College's animation program last April, and then in June I got hired at Relish Studios as a 3D junior animator. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the difference between, being a full-fledged animator and being a junior animator?
I guess junior just means that you're just starting out. Maybe need a tiny bit more guidance from more seasoned animators.
Yeah. And what's quota for a junior? Do you have a quota, or is it just
I
walk
don't
away
have a
with what-
quota right now.
No. just do what you got to do.
Yeah, basically. Just get it done.
Okay. Thanks, Molly. Thanks for joining us. All right, Patrick. Patrick,
Hey everybody.
where are you?
My name is Patrick. I'm currently in Alberta, and I'm working at Atomic Cartoons right now as a harmony compositor.
Okay, fantastic. Now, we just got through finishing our films at Seneca. There's a lot of harmony compositing. What's the hardest thing about doing your job with harmony compositing?
The
Is there a
hardest
hard thing, or
part,
you just slap it together?
mostly just slapping it together.
Mhm.
But I think it's dealing with the rigs, understanding how to put the rigs together for the composite.
Yeah, because shadows are the tricky things, right? And Z-Dep's going to blow it apart.
Yeah, and highlights.
And highlights. Cool. Well, thanks. We'll get back to that more. And Trang will round out the crew with the Trangster.
Hi, my name is Chang Gui, and I graduated from Seneca College for animation. And a month after, I got hired at my first job, and I'm still working here as a storyboard revisionist at House of Cool in Toronto.
Nice. Well, that is great. You're still here. You're still doing a good job. Now, Trang is interesting because you went through the 3D program. I know you because I know you at Seneca, but then you got into doing storyboard revs. Let's start with you. What got you that job? How did you transition, and how did you how are you working in the 2D side of things now?
Yeah, so it's like what Barney said. I did start I ended my year at Seneca as a as a 3D, like just studying 3D stuff. So I was mostly interested in 3D modeling. I still am, but what got me my job was what was it? I've heard of House of Cool Studios, but I didn't know much of it. And then my roommate is dating someone who works at House of Cool, and so I just like interrupted her date night, like boom, boom, boom. Hey, are you guys still hiring? And then she sent me the email of the person that takes care of all the hiring, and then I sent him my stuff. And I worked on a storyboard for this portfolio because, like, I spent the whole year before doing 3D stuff, and I didn't have anything to show. And then I did my storyboard portfolio on a ASAP fairy tale story. And then I had that piece, and then also an animatic that I just did during my second year, just like messing around with Toon Boom. And it was that piece, the animatic that was like messy and just like slapped together, and I just had fun with it. That was the piece that got me into House of Cool. And it was a piece that I thought would actually, like, if I thought that they would see it and be like, oh, we're not gonna want this person. So it was really unexpected.
So your basically plan B became plan A, and here you are.
Yeah, and I'm still in touch with 3D. A lot of the shows that we work on are 3D productions, and so that's really cool seeing like the very beginning stages of like pre-production for 3D shows.
Yeah, because you're doing storyboards revs on 3D shows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, perfect then. Let's keep going. Let's spin the dial back up. So Patrick, what got you job? How did you land it? How are you here? How are you there?
So my first job out of Sheridan College was actually at Deluxe, and it's kind of a weird thing to say, but I think I got lucky in terms of getting the job. The project at the time were kind of desperate for harmony compositors, and my friend actually screenshotted me the LinkedIn post where the line producer was saying that they were hiring. So I just messaged the line producer at LinkedIn, or like over LinkedIn, and they told me to apply, and I got the job.
That's great.
Yeah.
So had you heard of Deluxe and that they were doing animation before that, or is just basically like your friend was like, hey, here's a job, and you're like, thank you?
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you applying to other places as well, or was this just, one shot in the pan?
Actually, at the time, I wasn't even thinking of applying because it was like I think February, so we were still deep into like thesis films,
Mhm.
and but I knew the project that they were working on was kind of worth me jumping into a job while still balancing school. So I decided to do both.
Okay, so you started while you were in school too,
Mhm.
and you still finished your film.
No,
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 you didn't
I
finish your film.
got the bare minimum requirement to pass.
All right. Well, your film is sad because of it, but that's okay. But you got the job, so here we are, and you're on the panel. Things are looking up. Molly, what's your story? So then, how did you get it? What was it?
It
What
was
was the thing?
an entry-level 3D animator position. Yeah, I kind of got my job in the traditional way. I graduated in April and then kind of like hit the ground running, got onto Indeed and LinkedIn and just applied to anything that I thought I might have been a good fit in. And then I didn't hear anything back from any studio for like several months. So I think it was just a lot of patience. And then, yeah, Relish reached out and asked me for an interview, and here we are.
So you applied to a lot of places, and Relish was one of those many places. Had you heard anything before that?
No. So Relish got in
No.
touch with me, and then I had 2 separate studios within the span of a couple days asking me to do like an animation test. So I heard nothing, and then all at once I heard a bunch.
And did you do a test or anything?
I
Or you
didn't.
like,
No.
I don't do tests. I'm
Just
I'm just good
interviews.
to go. Okay. Cool. So then there you are. You're at Relish from now on, forever.
Forever.
Forever and ever. Thanks, Molly. Sonia, what's your story? What's your forever and ever story?
Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of old fashioned, but it's like I had a master spreadsheet. So basically, I had like all the companies I was interested in applying to, and I had all the career pages linked onto that spreadsheet. And I would
How
like
many
2
how
to
many
3
people
times
are
a
we
week.
talking?
I don't
20?
know, but I sent over 65 applications probably. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
So
like
you
a
were
lot of companies. Yeah.
you were in it to win
Sorry,
it,
go ahead.
really.
I mean, at the time I was like, what do I have to lose? Let me just go for it. So yeah, and then I didn't hear back from like I think about 90%, and then eventually I heard back from Atomic, and that's where I am now. So
Great. That sounds good. So was that the only one you heard back from out of all the 65? Yeah. Well,
yeah,
it only takes
I
one.
would think
That's all
so.
you need. That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's great. It's good because all these insights, there's going to be people watching now and people watching later. And I think this stuff is critical because I think like, do I have to send 65 emails? Yeah, sometimes you do. Do I have to take the traditional route? Sure. Do I get a screen grab from a friend in a dingy restaurant? Yeah, sometimes that is the way to go too. Lori,
Yeah.
we're coming back to you. We're circling back. How did it happen?
So for the Durham College one, I think it was luck with the bad luck of COVID, just because everything was transitioning into online. They needed more people to organize everything. So I started with the one class just to help out a teacher. And then as they continued, they gave me more and more classes from like the first year for introduction of Maya's modeling, rendering. So I forgot to mention, I'm a 3D modeler for both. So modeling and rendering. And then in the like second semester, I was doing rendering. And then for my other job on reserve, which I also forgot to mention, they're studying a project for 3D modeling for virtual tours of houses. So I'm like one of the first people part of that project. After getting reached out on LinkedIn, even though I applied like to multiple places, and I was just not hearing anything, and someone out of nowhere reached out and asked if I'd be interested in joining this new project to get stuff organized and figure out how long it would take to do different things.
Cool. So COVID for the win on that one.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And then let's go back to Rachel. Rachel,
Hi.
how did it happen? How'd you get the job?
Okay, so at Maximum, we have this thing called Industry Night, which is when like we have all these little booths and we set up like these boards that basically act as our portfolio. and have links to our websites. And it was all online this year, which was or last year. I don't know what year it was anymore, which was very strange. But we had this thing called Industry Night where, a bunch of industry professionals and recruiters come. And I noticed that someone was like in my booth before our little presentation happened. So, I wandered on over and I was like, hello. And I ended up talking to, her name is Leah, and she's one of the people who helped create the studio I'm currently at. And of all the things, so there was, I think, a multiple amount of things that kind of led to it. But I had fan art on my board that I did not realize that her brother, who also works at the studio, helped create that show. And so I had this big fangirl moment, and I ended up talking with a lot of the three of the people who created the studio, and we just really clicked. It was a lot of that. And then later I was told by Leah that a lot of the reason I was hired, besides the fact that I really wanted to do traditional 2D animation, and I was very excited about animation, was how I presented myself in my passion for animation. So like the portfolio was like, oh yeah, it's great, we're looking at it. But a lot of it was the straight passion that I just had for what I wanted to do, and how I very much was just like, I don't want to say in your face about it, but I was not quiet about it or subtle.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's what people want to see, because I think being in the industry, people get, tired and jaded and burned out, and but I think the people, when they come fresh out of the industry, they're like, I want to work and I want to make cartoons, and that passion definitely people can latch onto and say like, oh yeah, this person is a firecracker. I want to have them on our team, because at the end of the day, you're going to work with them every day, and sometimes on weekends, and sometimes late at night. So personality has so much to do with it, I think, when you're hiring and when you're working with teams. So that's great. And I think, yeah, fan base, if they already know that you like your art, then that's a win-win too. That's great. I think that's part of it too, when you're doing your research on the studios, is really playing your cards towards that studio too, saying like, any of my students are like, I want to apply to the studio. Say, do your research, look at what kind of shows they make, make sure that you're up to snuff on that, understand like what shows you might be on as well, because they might be working on 3D stuff, but maybe they have a 2D show that's going to be coming out too. How do you know that stuff? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have insiders, or sometimes you have grads that are already working at that studio, because I think that's a big part of it too, is that network of who you know. Because a lot of times, if I get other jobs and things, it's definitely who I know out in the industry. So be nice and keep friends. Great. So let's keep going here. So I think on your side of it too, with your portfolio or personality, I think that's a great toss up on either of those. And then I'm just going to throw it around to everybody here. Portfolio or personality, or a bit of both? And are you guys still working on your portfolio? Are you still working on your demo reel? Do you still update it, or is it stagnant now that you got a job? Because sometimes people are like, every month, put another shot, take a shot out of your demo reel and put another shot in. So where are you at with that kind of thing? Portfolio, personality, and demo reel. Are you still working on it? Go.
Okay, I'll hit that first.
Yeah, hit it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's both. You need a strong portfolio aimed at what you actually want to get into. Otherwise, they're going to have nothing to look at. And maybe some places will send you a test if they really, really like you, but you really got to have something in there for them to look at. But yeah, you got to be someone that the studio knows they can mesh with, that they can throw you in, and you're not going to accidentally be a cog in the machine. Not because you're causing anything, but just because maybe your personality isn't going to mesh with the team in that case. I personally have not updated my demo reel recently, but I also nothing I've worked on so far is like officially out, so there's nothing I can really put out there in that case.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Yeah, you got to sit on it for a while. Some shows don't come out for a year or years, and then you're like, oh, what do I have in my demo reel now? Yeah, Fair enough. All right. Thanks, Rachel. Who else?
I can go.
Yep.
Same thing for portfolio, and them reel definitely helps, especially like when you're looking for jobs, trying to continue like putting in pieces for what you are looking to do. So if it's animation pieces and stuff. But personally, same thing as Rachel. Because of the school and the other job, like I can't put out pieces according to what I'm doing there. But when I was searching, I was trying to do different pieces of modeling and then trying to get them out to showcase what I can do.
Mm-hmm. That's great. That's perfect. I mean, that's what you got to do. Now, do you have new stuff that you're updating as well, or you're kind of waiting till that stuff can be released?
Waiting for the stuff to be able to be released. But right before getting hiring, I was working and kind of showcasing like the steps that I was going through.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right. Anybody else?
I guess I can go. Oh, sorry.
No,
Do you wanna go?
You go. You take the lead.
Okay.
Man.
Sure. I mean, I think especially when you're starting out, because basically I can't speak for all, but I would say for myself, starting out, I'm kind of still like the newbie, right? So I think having the personality and the portfolio, keeping up to date, well, with the portfolio, keeping it up to date, depending on where you apply, because it keeps the doors open and kind of the bridges open, to put a better word for it. And I guess with your personality, it's just something that it will start to attract like-minded people, or like people will start to know. It's like, oh, check this, you remember this person? Sometimes people will remember your art, but I think it's your personality more so than anything, because it's just like the little things like that will touch a person, or they'll like remember like this person was always staying late more than anyone, or like this person was really helpful. So I think personality does kind of go a long way, because your portfolio and your talent there's always room for that to improve, and it's like a constant. But I think it's your personality, because kind of like that first impression, right, that you can have with someone else. So I think that's important to have, like moving forward, or just having that in the industry. But going back to the portfolio thing, I think it depends on the studio, because for example, for me, that is, as a designer, like my TV stuff that I'm doing cannot work in a gaming studio, because the styles are just too like opposite. So for me, if I were to apply to like a gaming studio or for a feature, I would have to have a complete new portfolio. I could not use the stuff that I have, like I'm working on currently.
Mm-hmm.
If that gives any insight.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's great. All right, Trang, let's jump down to you then.
I would say like my portfolio got me through the door, but it was like, I think I have to give 60% of it to my personality. You know, I'm very fortunate to have to find a studio where I feel very comfortable being myself and very comfortable trying new things. Like everyone's kind of encouraging each other to grow as an artist rather than just growing with the studio or with the project that you're on. And so, and I'm also like a big supporter of communication. I think what COVID has introduced is an even more challenge. Like it introduced more need to communicate with one another, and so
yeah, it's so easy to hide right now.
Yeah, and like I think a lot of it is, I think because it's so easy to hide, that's what makes communication a bit more scary. But then you got to remember that the communicating a story to an audience is the essence of what a lot of this industry is. And so why stop at communicating just for animation when you can build on it with interpersonal skills? And so with
Did we lose it?
Is she gone to anyone else?
Yeah.
She's gone.
Oh no.
She's gone.
Hope she's okay.
I hope she's okay. Fair enough. Let's keep going. We got two other there. Molly or Patrick, do you want to jump in?
I can say something about it. I think that with your portfolio, obviously that's the first thing that a recruiter or anyone from the studio is going to see. So of course, like, so much of their opinion of you starts with that. But once they call you into the interview, they just want to, I think, make sure that you're like a regular person and that you're easy to work with and that you're just willing to work and take the initiative to do what they need you to do. So yeah, I think it's pretty even between both of them. Yeah, so I work in games right now. Eventually, I would like to transition to games and TV, like eventually in my career. So I have been animating stuff like in my spare time that's maybe more like geared towards what I want to do. Because yeah, I'm not sure if the game that I'm working on right now would like mesh with everything else. But yeah, I'm still animating. I'm still working on my reel slowly but surely.
Trang is back. Welcome back,
Welcome
Trang. Patrick, what about you?
I don't know if Trang wanted to continue with what she was gonna say.
I think she was pretty good. I think she was done, and who knows even where she ended off. So we'll just keep rolling.
Okay. I think it's with what Molly said. It's very much like when you're fresh grad, the recruiters kind of want to see if you can get the fundamentals down, and then they'll during the interview process, they want to see if you're willing to learn and grow as an artist. And then I think that's where they would pick you up, honestly. Because in my experience, after working at Deluxe, I actually was brought on to Atomic because my supervisor was looking for people to join him on a different project.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me because I think he liked me. I think I was a hard worker. I hope. But yeah, in terms of updating my portfolio, I'm still not sure how to go about adding shots in there. Like, I'm not really sure the process. Like, if it's okay to take it from the show or the film. So I kind of still have to figure that out.
Yeah, generally it has to be released already, and then you'd probably want to go through your producer or your supervisor and say, I want to, take a couple shots. Usually it's fine, but you definitely want to ask and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let's keep things rolling along here. I think what people want to know is some words of advice. So whether it's persistence, whether it's, luck of the draw, whether it's the colors that you chose or the life drawings or some of the artwork you had in there. Well, what's some advice that you would give to people being, a year out of school and having a job now and looking at all these other people that are hungry and crazy for a job? What advice would you give those guys and say, this, I think, would be a good idea? So let's start in the middle. Let's start with Molly.
Yeah, so probably the best piece of advice that I can give is something that like one of my animation professors told me when I was graduating, which is like, you're not going to get a job until you apply for a job. Because I think it's pretty common for people to just like, especially artists, to like get down on ourselves and like convince ourselves that we're not suited to a certain role for this reason or that reason. But the worst that a studio can say is no, and the best they can say is like, come in for an interview or something like that. So just get your applications out there and just keep a positive attitude about it and just stay patient.
Yeah. And the other side too is like, you might keep a relationship with a studio and say, if you either give me some advice, if you like my portfolio, if there's something I should work on, or if you don't have anything right now, when's a good time to loop back in? Because the other thing is when is too soon to email a studio back? Like, a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later. I need food. I need clothing.
Yeah.
So, I say students, like, depends on, what studio, but like you can try in 2 weeks and poke them and say, have you looked at my work? Is there anything I should work on? And in that time too, update your portfolio. If you don't have a job, then you could be working on a new shot and say, hey, I just added this new shot into my portfolio. Check it out. It's awesome. I'm awesome. You should hire me. But that's good. Thanks, Molly. Let's go to Sonia next.
I think something I guess to keep in mind is a rejection is not a reflection of your ability or skill per se. And the reason why I bring that up is, like, for me personally, I probably had more rejections than acceptances. So at times it can be, you can sometimes look inward and be like, maybe you start to doubt yourself, like, why am I not like getting accepted or anything? But the thing is, sometimes it's just like you're not a good fit for the studio, right? And it's not like a personal thing or anything. It's sometimes just simply that, and sometimes it's also like the luck of the draw or timing, you know? So I think having that, considering that, you know, just like be persistent. And if you know your goals and you know what you want to do, you're going to find some place that will accept you for that, you know? And so just keep moving forward, I would say. And like, don't let that kind of push you down or anything.
Yeah, it's great. Keep going. Persistence. Thank you. Trang, let's go down to you. If your camera shuts off, just keep coming back, right? Persistence. I don't know if we have your audio. Grayden, where's Trang's audio? What have you done with it? All right, let's come back to Trang. We can't hear you.
We've talked about it. We've talked about it, but she's working on it.
Okay.
Still can't hear you, Trang. It's the gear icon in the bottom. If you can change your input back to your mic, you might have to restart. It might be the thing and pop back in. You never know with these drivers what they will do. All right, tech out.
Crazy drivers. All right, Patrick, let's go up to you while the Trangster is figuring things out. Advice.
Advice. Molly kind of addressed the persistence aspect, and as well, Sonia. I think to not repeat what they said, I would say to kind of like, because you're a new student, you're still just graduating. I would say try to, if possible, try to help out your fellow students, like if you can, because it's not going to hurt you to try to help them, right? And who knows if you end up helping somebody who could actually help you along the way later on.
Totally, yeah. It's like you're throwing a rope to them and then they get ahead of you. It's like mountain climbing. I've never mountain climbed, but I imagine they have a long rope, and if somebody's falling, they're on that rope and they can tow them back up. So you guys are now all friends too, and you can reach out to each other and say, Rachel, help me when I fall, and I'll help you, Molly, I swear. But I think that's great. I think that's a big way of how a bunch of people get into a studio too, is somebody gets hired and then they, you know, like carpenter ants, then just march their way in and set up shop there too.
Exactly.
So that's great.
Am I
All
good
right,
now?
There you are.
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
Trang.
Hi.
Okay.
If I could slip in between Patrick and Lori.
Yeah, do it.
I would say biggest advice is make time to do art for yourself. You know, you got to be the one to reap all the benefits. You got to be the first one to prioritize, to enjoy the stuff that you do. And that'll in turn make your stuff that you do for work better. I think it's very easy to like work in a windowless room and just like pump out stuff for other, like for clients or for the studio, for the job. But you got to treat yourself well and treat yourself well to some good art that you made for yourself.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think, you know, the three big things here are like, yeah, do some art for yourself so you don't get burned out and hate life and hate art. Exercise and eat well. And those, you know, the triad of an animator's, you know, self-destroying habits. Probably like, yeah, sit in a good chair too and try to have good posture and ergonomics and blah, 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 blah. But I think that's great. That's nice, Trang. Thank you. It's not going to help us get a job, but it'll help us keep our sanity for sure. Let's jump up to Lori.
Yeah. My biggest one would be like, don't get discouraged. Like some of them as already mentioned, a little bit of a recap. If you're applying to a lot of places and you don't hear anything, don't get discouraged. Just continue applying. Our industry is so big and is growing even more, even if it's not just studios, there's other stuff. And sometimes you just need that first foot through the door and then getting connections, and you can continue growing on yourself. Growing yourself. Yeah.
That's great. And Rachel, let's jump to you.
So yeah, I kind of wanted to backpack off of what Trang said, because I think that's just super important, because I think as artists, when we're working, if we're doing is working, which, you know, sometimes that happens, it's very easy to just kind of get lost in the mix and feel really bad at points and just kind of lose your drive. And if you're doing stuff for yourself, if it's after work, if it's on weekends, and just like, making some fan art, having some fun, doing some like independent project stuff, like it's very uplifting to just know that you can go back and just do whatever you want on the side and worry about no one seeing it and just doing a good thing. The second thing I wanted to kind of say, which is take breaks. When it comes to, even if it's getting hired, if it's doing tasks, if it's you've already been hired and you need to and you're working, take breaks, because you deserve it. You need it. If you need to get up and walk around for 15 minutes, get up and walk around for 15 minutes. Do not like sit in a chair for 12 hours. You are going to hate yourself at the end of the day when your back goes. Just like try and focus on, as much as the job is important, and there's going to be times when the job is everything you want to do. So that's not a problem, but there's definitely times where you got to try to remember to put yourself first and remember that the job's not going to get done if you're not in a place to do it. And that's the most important part, is you being able to continue because you've taken care of yourself.
Yep. Yeah, that's great. I mean, there's stretches for your hands, there's stretches for your backs, there's stretches for your eyes, the 20-20-20. You guys know that one? Every 20 minutes, you look away for 20 seconds at something 20 feet away. It stretches your eyes. So it's do it now, 20-20-20. Don't blink. But all those things. Super good. All right. Now you guys are in your first job. Looking forward to your second job. What do you have to do to get to that second job? Are you gonna move a studio? I mean, it's hard because maybe your employers are watching and they're like, "Don't you dare say you're gonna leave us." But like, everybody jumps around to different studios. I started my career at one studio called Smiley Guy, and then I worked at all the studios in Toronto, and now I'm back at Smiley Guy, not as an animator but as a producer now, using all the skills and everything that I've learned along the journey. So I think like you have to think about leveling up. You have to think about where you want to go in the industry and what you want to do. Do you have a game plan? Do you have a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 365-day regiment that you're going to get there? Sonia's like, yes, I have a plan for this. Or I'll just release it out to everybody. What do you guys think? Is there a plan, or is it just like make cartoon for now and figure it out later?
There's a plan.
Make cartoon and level up.
There's a plan. It's when you're at your first job, it's very good to like go around and see what your superiors or people that have been working for longer than you, where they've been, who they know, because next thing you know, you've got somebody who knows somebody, and you're sitting there going like, oh man, I'd really like to go work with this person down the road, and because I now know this person, and I'm of course you're doing a good job at your job and you're trying your best. You get that rapport going, and it is like you can get that network going. And I think you're going to be able to build your network a lot faster than you think you are. Because by the time you get in a job and you've got your superiors, you're going to have people around you who've been to 5 or 6 studios. You might find yourself in a studio position where you can pop around to a bunch of different jobs within your studio before then using like that broader portfolio to then move somewhere else. Or there's a lot to be said about having that plan and knowing where you want to go later, but also just finding that plan as you go, because you've now found yourself in a situation where like, oh man, I didn't know you knew this person. That's really cool.
Anybody else? Any thoughts?
I could go.
Yeah.
I think the most exciting thing about this industry is you get to meet exciting and awesome people, like really creative people that will teach you new things. And currently my plan is just like how do I get to meet these awesome people? You know, how do I get to the studio so I can talk to more people? And so I do have like a 5-year plan of like just do as much crap as I can in Canada before bouncing off to the States, but also talk to a lot of people in different departments too that I may not even have a clue on. Like I didn't know much about editing until like I started talking to a lot of the editors at our studio. And so I think that's my goal right now. It's just talk to as many folks and in many different departments as possible.
That's great. Yeah, be a sponge, get around, see what's going on. I always like doing that too because you never know. And I always like just like snooping and watching people animate. I'm an animation professor, but I also just love like watching people animate, see how people tackle a problem, see how people what shortcuts they're using. I'm always like interested in learning and seeing how people do things. So sponge it up. I think that's great. Anybody else? Thoughts? We have about 5 minutes left. So if anybody from the audience, if there is an audience that are watching, throw a question for these grads too, and they can give their best slap at it. You guys, anything you want to add?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Joining like activities like TAAFI and stuff like this, making connections helps a lot. Participating in those events. That's one of the biggest for connections.
Yeah, it's trickier now. I mean, we do have the Discord, but it is it's not the same as like hanging out and going and getting coffee and looking at ducks and stuff with new people. Then that's you always make friendship when there's Canada geese around. But yeah, TAAFI's great. Have you guys been to any other TAAFI events on that side of it?
One, but in a bit.
I went to the job fair last year, I think.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And did you get any sick leads of the job fair, or that's the start of this plight that ended in a job months later?
No leads, unfortunately, but I had a good time.
Okay.
I made connections, so that was cool. I got advice from a rigger, which was really helpful because like I do a lot of design and a lot of my design is 2D. So having a rigger tell me all the things she hates about designs was really like informative. I'm like, okay, good to know. So I won't do that when I design my stuff because I'm before them in the pipeline. So it was really cool to get that insight. So
that's good too. We have a couple of questions coming through. I think having what people don't like is great too, because you don't know until you don't know, right? And then somebody's like, "Don't do it like that." You'll never know. What was the hardest part about being a grad? So I think they're maybe saying like, because you're graduating within in a pandemic, in the kind of the hot whatever wave we were in at that point, or just being a grad in general and having the world open and having to move out of your bedroom into some other bedroom so you could do your job.
Probably just the uncertainty of it all. It's just like a scary moment because like for 3 or 4 years or however many years, like you've known exactly what you're supposed to do, and then all of a sudden you're like set free into the world and it's completely in your hands, which is scary, but I mean, worked out for all of us.
Yeah, it's a good scary, right? It's a challenge. The next big challenge.
I find like adding on to that, while you're in this like pit of uncertainty, you have so many questions in your mind, and it's like, right, and then it's so easily you could get like bogged down with like, am I gonna get better? How do I know if I get better? And you're impatient and you want these answers now, but I think it's like the hardest thing has to be remembering that some questions are best answered with time. Like it's just, you're just gonna have to be patient with it.
Mm-hmm. One thing that I always have to fill out when people are applying for jobs and using me as a reference is like, how do these people work with deadlines, under pressure? Are they good under pressure? And are they dependable? And how's their communication and taking direction on that side? So I think maybe we'll close out things. Somebody's also asking about what are some things that help you meet deadlines and stay organized? But I think on the side of it too is like, how do you take direction and give advice on that side of it? and how do you be dependable and reliable? Rachel, you want to start with you?
Lists. Make lists. Lists are the best thing in your life. Keep track. Like, don't just rely on whatever software you guys are using for tracking, whether that's Shotgun or we use Basecamp or any of those. Like, those are very helpful, but you understand the way you work better than anybody. Make a list, plan your time ahead, and do your best to be reasonable with your exact. I've got a book literally right here with my deadlines written in it. Just
What kind of book?
it's this one's an agenda, and it's got all my due dates and lots and lots of notes and everything all about it. Just like have it written down, because you never want to rely on just the technology. As much as technology is amazing, something can always go wrong. And if you have it written down in front of you as you understand it, then you always have a way to refer to it no matter what.
I like it. All right. Anybody else? We're kind of running low on time here, but let's just do a quick round and then we're out of here. So
I'll say something. I went to Staples and got like a huge like poster board of like a monthly calendar, and I did like a production calendar for myself. Like, this is what I'm going to do every day. I can have like a rest day here. Like, it's just really important to like schedule it all out and give yourself time to like breathe too.
Love it.
If
Yeah,
I may add something. Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna add to, if you do kind of like lose track, don't be afraid to ask. Like, always, it's better to be sure that you're kind of on track versus like being afraid to ask if you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, no one wants to look dumb, right? But like, it's great to look dumb because then you get the right answer and you don't have to waste your time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Good
Speaking
point.
of time, just like time yourself. Figure out how long it takes you to do something. Don't worry about speed. Speed is going to come as long as you're working on it, on stuff like. But if you time yourself, then you'll have a gauge of how long it'll take you to do, like, let's say one scene with 8 panels, how long it'll take you to draw each of those panels. And so I think that's like another way of learning about your own workflow.
Yep, for sure. Especially like if you have the budget for freelance or something too, or how many people. On my side of things, like as a producer, how many people is it going to take to make a show? In what positions and how long is that going to take? And add in all those variables. It's tricky. So I think on your side of it too, trying, if you go and look at all the different people in the studio, then it gives you a bigger picture of how all those people fit together, and then big picture how long it takes to make cartoons. Good. Anything else? Last little bit in here about staying organized, staying reliable, communicating. I love that with the poster board, and I love Post-it notes, and I love notes. So I think that's super helpful for everybody. Anybody else? No.
No, it's pretty much the same as everyone
one
else.
last. Yeah, I think one last question. How'd your flow change from school to work?
Honestly, so Molly, do you want to go? Okay. Honestly, it was an interesting position, an interesting change in that in my graduating year, we were doing a 3D film, and it was like we all basically had our fingers in everything, right? So it was a lot of work, 24/7, 16-hour days every day. It was insane. And I kind of had the expectation of like, oh, I'm going to go in and it's going to be the same thing. And it wasn't, because you're able to focus on like, 1, 2, however many things you're hired for, even if it's a studio that bounces you around like Crooked City does with me. You said like if you have put in the effort in school to really push yourself to your limits and know where your limits are, I'm not saying it's not a hard change, because it can be a hard change. It can be a hard adjustment. But I found that suddenly the workflow was so much more manageable, and it was really nice.
Yeah, you're doing so many things in school. That's what I tell my students as well. You're doing a million things, and then you're going to do one thing, and you just got to do that one thing really well. All right. Well, I think we got to close it down there. So I want to thank you guys for joining us for this talk. It was awesome. We hope to see you guys in person maybe in November for our industry conference. That'd be great. Hang out, maybe not catch COVID from each other. That would be lovely. There's a lot of people that we should thank here too, especially Mr. Grayden, who's running the show. Thank you, Grayden. Great job.
It's been a blast. All the guests have been phenomenal. Everyone was on time or early. Like, this is one of the best ones ever.
Thanks
So
for
thank you,
saving
everyone.
me when I died.
Oh, yeah. Standard practice. I'm like a paramedic. I bring people back from the dead.
There's a few other people we should thank as well, Grayden. We want to thank Zoe, our volunteer coordinator, who coordinated so many different volunteers working in all the different rooms to help with all the studios. On top of that, with all the staffy doing a great job of running all those different rooms. Oh my gosh. Not only just the main portfolio website, but also the portfolio review on the other side. So 2 different TAAFI servers. We had people in a Zoom call all day too. So just so many warm bodies helping out. We had Ryan Adams, who helped coordinate all the portfolio reviewers as well. So huge thank to Ryan. He took over for Adriana for this event. So thanks for jumping in there, buddy. For Jonathan for doing all of the intros. He did a great job. Skate or Die. Charlie Chocolate Factory Man. And last but not least, but all the sponsors who made it happen that came in that are not only hiring and they want to be here to, get the next latest and greatest, but also they're supporting the animation community because a lot of these sponsors, they came in for yearly TAAFI sponsors, which is awesome. So we have 3 events that we run here. We have the industry event in November. We have the film festival that we just came off of, and we have this job fair. So it's really important to us to support that animation community, and these sponsors are coming in. And if you're a sponsor out there on the fence thinking about sponsoring, come in. Come hit us for the whole year because we'd love to have you, whether you're a studio or a school or somebody that just really loves animation and has a ton of money. Come and support TAAFI because we want to be there for everybody. So did I miss anybody, Grayden?
Oh, there's so many people. Like I would say all the people that were meeting every single week since basically November, aside from when we took like a couple weeks off during Christmas. Like all the volunteers.
We have a big
possible
big group. If you haven't already, check out the about click in the top corner. Then you can see all the wonderful people that are behind the scenes. And if you want to volunteer on a bigger role too, then pop in too. That's our call in there. But yeah, there's a great board behind TAAFI and a bunch of volunteers. But I think we'll cut it there because we are out of time and we all have to go back to our families. So there we go.
Ain't that the truth? And we've got a final clip from Jonathan to play and share. It'll warm your heart.
Wow, what a fun-filled day. Boy, am I pooped. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in to this awesome live stream. Thank you for the studios for participating, and thank you for Pipeline for sponsoring today's live stream. This job fair has been one heck of a success, and I hope I see you guys at another event in the near future. I've been Jonathan, but now I must take a nap and rest for the days to come. We'll see you next time, and until then, stay classy.
Good night, John.
Good night, TAAFI.
And that's a wrap, folks. Have a great night. We'll see you on the flip side.